Yes, good people, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. I wholeheartedly offer whatever suits your time zone. I hope you're all doing well. Today, not really too much to talk about, but again, one topic will be stretched quite a lot. I know that in advance. And we'll talk about Neymar, we'll talk about Andrey Santos, and we'll talk about something that just came up that I just saw online that the plan is to send Dacho Fofana and Slolina out on loan. Again, the case of that with Fafana, it doesn't make any sort of sense to me. But they'll do what they want to do. They own the club. But that's, by the way, we will talk about this. So sit back, relax, and let's get into the show. Right, let's get into it. I see I have a fight already with the beautiful game. Big up. I'll get to you in a beat. And my brother Santiago Muno. And every time somebody comments and it's the first person isn't Liam Lane, I remember again he isn't doing too well. So please continue to pray for Liam Lane to get better as soon as possible. More importantly, the stream comes a second, but we need him to be healthy, stay strong,
we'll continue to pray for you, Liam Lane. Big up everyone. Big up Eugene Nutty. I hope you're doing well. Okay. I'm not gonna be taking again. Align your comment to whatever we're going on. Lazy and disrespectful players. Okay. Again, good afternoon again from here, guys. How's everything going? Kingsley, Chinangweze. I hope you're doing well. Thanks so much for joining the show. Morning, guys. Up the Chelsea, up the Chelsea. Indeed, no matter what happens. Sack Porter, Abata Izachiku says, I'm tired of watching Chelsea playing nonsense. Playing nonsense. Imagine a Southampton beat Chelsea at Stamford Bridge, and they're still at the bottom of the table. If that's again, if we really want to pay attention to that, even after beating Chelsea, they are still at the bottom of the table. Again, remember, after I get the initial contributions in the chat, once we start talking, again, picking topics from the screen, make sure whatever you're saying is aligned with what we have on the screen. Otherwise, I'm going to skip your contributions, if that makes sense. Hashtag has a flick in, Potter out. Has a flick following us about. He was at the start at the breach. He was again in a game. He watched our game live, our game against Dortmund. He raises questions, but there's a chance that may not be. Again, it's nothing to be concerned about for Graham Potter. Southampton beat us again without a coach. So again, don't defend the Chelsea players. Okay, I'm going to move on from that one. Romano, they could leave Chelsea in summer without the rebuilding continues. Who could leave? I'm not sure. Who? The new owners. 6 players. Again, if this carries on, the Chelsea owners will lose the fan base and the players completely. Here's the thing. I think I subscribe to the idea that, again, if results don't come, at one point, the players will start questioning the manager, no matter how you see it. I know there will be the argument is a player's fault, or is again you could say the players haven't gelled and all that. But at one point, the players themselves will start questioning the manager's tactical ability, if that makes sense. Again, and I am glad that post-match interview that Potter that Potter did is downright again a disgrace. Again, I don't even pay attention to his post-match interviews these days. Lampard sack was a setup. They deliberately didn't want to score to get him out of the club. I don't think so. I honestly do not think so. No. But that's, by the way, this group of Chelsea players need to win more than 2 out of 15, even without a coach. They're capable of doing that. They're strong enough to be doing that. So again, but the whole thing isn't really down to the players. I get it. You can blame them, but the manager has to take some blame too. I think Porter knows he won't be sacked. That is why, again, he's speaking like that. Again, in terms of the way he speaks, if we're being honest, that's the way the man talks. That's the least of my concerns, really. But because the truth remains, if we're winning games, nobody will be speaking much about how he speaks or something. I'm sorry, but if you blame the players, it's just horrendous, in my opinion. How can a full 11 gel together and create a good squad when the coach is constantly chopping and changing? That's another way to start seeing things. But there are a multitude of reasons why you can you can bring up and say that's the reason why we're losing. We haven't done as well as we should be doing. We overpaying stupid players. That's again. Yeah, that's like I said, too many excuses. Southampton beat us without the manager. Yeah, I've read that. You said that before already. The Chelsea meet with Potter to sort the problem out today. They've had other meetings too. I'm hearing. I'm not sure what's going on. Worst team in the league. Okay, if I've already read your comment, I'm going to skip your subsequent contribution so that I can get other people's contributions, if that makes sense. Again, I think get to rested all those players, and the next game was a full week away. Here's the thing: I don't get the rest part, because usually when teams underperform, what you do is to keep them working and not rest them. So I'm not sure. Maybe he feels like after 2 days rest, or maybe the club hierarchy and the manager, they feel like after the 2-day rest, they still have enough time to train and get ready for the subsequent games. And my brother, the vibe, big up, bro, coach. Again, my boy Potter will now go again, and demon time after the disrespect at the bridge on Saturday. I don't think actually. Let's see what happens. Let's just see what happens. Again, the beautiful game, and my brother Chelsea says, smash the like button, people. We're 29 likes. Let's get it to 50, and as soon as possible to 100 likes. And please, if you haven't, take a second to subscribe. Again, drop a like on the stream, and more important, and also subscribe to the channel. And more importantly, don't forget to click the bell notification icon so that whenever we go online, you get notified. Their coach, it has been brought to my attention that you attempted to board a Potter out bus without a valid ticket. The penalty for this is like one like a deduction. Roger is also under investigation. Well, Roger is in trouble. Defending his client has become even more difficult, if that makes sense. Well, big up to you, my brother, and much love to you. You cannot blame the players. Again, I have your conversation there. Is Agent Roger on the panel yet? No, he's not yet. Probably be resting after your marathon stream right there. If that makes sense. Again, no, you cannot. Let's see what we have here. Again, Potter is a dead man walking at the moment. There's no question. You can say he's feeling the pressure. Even if the owners continue saying, you know what, we're not going to sack Potter. That doesn't help. Sacking him wouldn't help our long-term plan and all that, all the project. The truth is, they've been looking at it and going, it's what's the probability? And the moment they start again holding meetings, it simply doesn't look good for him, no matter how you see it. But that's, by the way, again, big up to you, Bobby Fairview. I hope you're doing well. Big up, Coachella. Again, the fans own the club. Again, we are not there to just accept that what Paulie wants. The day we walk, again, is the day he's done. Heston, the question I want to ask you, I want to let you know is this. The fans own the club as fans. We're not like Barcelona. You can say literally, the fans own the club. But in our case, we're just fans. We just support the club. We don't own the club. They do whatever they want. And believe me, 90% of us will not walk away. That's, again, from that aspect, it wouldn't move anything. It wouldn't move a needle, if that makes sense. Most of Chelsea players, you said this 1,000 times, please. I heard that already. Again, the players need a coach. They can look up to Potter and Potter and it. Well, if that's how you feel, that Fofana news just confirms my suspicion about Brexit Potter. I'm not sure. Again, the Fofana news, it doesn't make any sort of sense. He was, again, see the little he's played. Every time he's played, he's shown, look, he has it. Forget the argument that he's raw. What I see that day is somebody who, again, he tried hard to show he's capable, again, being part of the starting 11. And he actually led the attack, an attack that had Mason Mount, it had Noni Madueke, it had, again, Joao Felix, it had, again, what's his name again? Mason Mount. He was the shining light. The others couldn't do much. And you're telling me we're going to let him go out on loan? And probably that it all comes down because we probably didn't pay too much money for him. So it's easy to say, again, that's the player we'll let go out on loan, if that makes sense. But again, I'm not going to say too much about that. Southampton beat us without a manager. Again, get the point again, but I'm not going to get everything here. Josie Agbo, again, rest in peace, yes, but Christian Atsu, that unfortunate incident there, the natural disaster that affected Turkey and Syria. He lost his life. And again, excuse me, condolences to his family. Yep, we've talked about that. Rest in peace, Atsu. Neymar, again, this is, again, what Bali does. Every time, again, the crack appears in this shambolic project, he comes up with some new shiny object. I'm just suspicious there's a chance that the club is serious about getting Neymar Jr. That doesn't really mean that's the case from what we're hearing, but we will talk about it in detail in a bit. Let's see what else we have here. Give chance again to Zizi. It's not up to me, it's up to the owners, but I'd rather Luis Enrique, Ivan Hansen Flick than Zinedine Zidane. Tuchel lost against Zagreb with embarrassing performance. we're not. Here's the thing. I'm not going to go into bringing in Tuchel back, talking about Tuchel because people are blaming, because people are saying again, whatever that's happening now to the team is down to what do we say? It's down to Graham Potter. No, let's forget again the whataboutism. It doesn't make any sort of sense. Bowley gave again this NPC £12 million a year contract, an unproven manager. Again, if you want to add to it 31%, 31 win percentage at that point at top level, the whole thing will essentially cost him in a total of £82 million. He cannot sack this man because it's too expensive. Yep. So they give him again as much time as possible to see if he can turn it around because it's very expensive to turn things around. Hello to you too, Constantine Dante. I hope you're doing well. What else do we have here? I blame everyone, owners again, all of them. Yeah, exactly. You don't get all of them has some measure of blame again to take, if that makes sense. Kachila again, good morning. Again, I had to give DJ Sav and Agent Roger out a yellow card. Probably again a serious argument right there. Okay, I think Potter out, but we all know again he'd be here till the end of the season at least. Yeah, if that makes sense. It's again, I don't know. We get into it in a bit. Big up, coach again. Smash the like button, people. And subscribe to the channel if you haven't. We're at 39 likes. Let's get it to 50 and 100 likes as soon as possible. We can do that. Big up to you too. The team may as well rest. Again, because nothing happening. Yeah, because nothing happens in training. I agree with you. It doesn't look like they've been training well. I just don't know. But again, if you get my argument, why are they resting if in fact, again, at a time like this, usually in situations like this, players don't rest. If anything, they train extra hard to try to find a solution to the situation. I'm just done back in Potter now, coach. Again, I was in support of him being hired, of being our next manager, because I liked what he did at Brighton. But up close, I'm seeing, wow, he isn't really the man I think he is from a tactical perspective. But here's the thing, as much as I've always tried to find excuses to say, again, new players takes time to gel, again, a lot of village of injured players and all that, it's becoming clear. It's beyond that. We should be doing better than we're doing, and that hasn't really happened. So, yeah, again, I've changed. I'm not sure I can even, again, even as I try to be objective, I think the fact that I already come to the conclusion that he's not the man clouds my judgment that it's difficult for me to say, okay, here's the reason why I think he should stay to the end of the season. But if I'm being honest, I think he stays to the end of the season. He would take something beyond, again, as poor as we're being right now, maybe losses of more 3 games or so for the 3 games that they say, you know what, we're done. The problem I have with Potter is, again, these young players won't develop into top players. Look at Rashford under Ten Hag. If anything, let me give you a secret here. The younger players will actually do well under Graham Potter. They will actually be the ones to help him keep his job. But unfortunately, it doesn't look like he's seeing it. Pay attention to every time the younger players start. You see more fight from them than the old guards, if that makes sense. So, but it doesn't look like Potter himself sees the fact that the younger players are the ones that will help him keep his job, if that makes sense. He's trusting the older players actually than he should, if that makes sense. But again, that's him. Rashford needs 5 years to be where he is right now. Again, please sack Potter tomorrow. It's not up to me, and you know that quite well. Don't get me wrong, but we are going to lose against Tottenham. Again, even these days, I don't know what works. Even usually the case is when we play against strong teams, we seem to be, again, we do well. But sometimes, again, these days, again, when we play against mid-table teams, bottom-table teams, strong teams, there's no telling what will happen. That's what shows you it's gotten worse. Owners out, Potter out, players out. Yeah, it's not easy. The owners are not going anywhere. If we lose against Tottenham, then I am completely 100% done with Potter. Oh, you're still with him. Okay. If you have no intention of sacking someone, you never tell them that, again, that or else They will just act like if you don't tell them that's yes, that makes sense. That's why I argue they will never tell him that. They will always again do their best to see if things are changed. But the truth remains again, it's really not working right now, no matter how you say it. And when it gets to this point, either of these two things has to happen for things to turn around. Clear out the squad or let the manager go. And you guess what? Which is the easiest? I don't know. I don't know if a clear out maybe except if they see the clear out again, maybe if they see it as, again, if they see it as just a few bad players left in the squad, maybe again it's not Potter's fault, it's just a few bad players. If they see it like that, then Potter stays. But if they see it again, we've changed so much, signed can spend out nearly $1 billion on new players, and yet he's not able to get the best out of them. Maybe it's him. We don't know what they're thinking. But the truth remains, whenever you start hearing the club backs the manager, they said he's not going anywhere. The manager openly saying the club backs me. It's the manager becomes again defensive to any measure. Then it's usually not a good sign. I'd be surprised if the case is different this time. Let's say again, after all the grandstanding with a private plane, again in Brentless fee, again Mudryk is counting down to the odd 007. Okay, let's see again. Old 007, so to speak. Neymar is toxic. Okay. The fact that I was spawned again without my permission, the fact that I was born without my permission annoys me. That push again shows again I was forced to be here. Okay, please, Potter, go in peace before I will come for you. Okay, that's hilarious. Again, Silva and James not even on the bench Saturday. Why? Again, because again, that didn't make any sort of sense to me. But the argument it was that again down to man management. But you don't do that again when things are the way they are at the moment. You need your best players. You need because a win again. I called it a must win in the sense that again, if they win that game, it would do the confidence of the players a world of good. So why are we resting players when the Champions League game is like like 10 years away? So it doesn't make any sort of sense to rest our best players. So my argument being that we should have started our best players again, so that we win. We need a win. The win would do us a world of good. Maybe he looked at the Southampton team. They have a new coach. Plus, again, they sacked their manager. Plus, they are at the bottom table, forgetting that, again what is called new manager bounce. If that makes any sort of sense, even if the manager was an ex-player or what, even if it was the chef at the club, as long as there's somebody in charge as a new manager, players seem to give again 200% to show. Yeah, I should be starting, and it's usually difficult to beat players with new managers, if that makes sense. So I'm not sure where that idea to rest them, where that idea came from. No player should be linked with Chelsea at this point. Well, do you remember some again big name players? The best in the world wouldn't be interested in our project at this point, from given what they're seeing, at least from a performance perspective. It takes some convincing, or maybe again paying them something extraordinary for them to say, you know what, I'm going to this club, because it's money. For everybody, it's money for everybody involved, if that makes sense. Potter is the worst manager ever. Again, he's a chick. I'm going to skip that again. We see that 3 or 4th position to 10th table out of Carabao Cup and all that. Again, we buy Mudryk instead of Leao because he's handsome. He's good for marketing. Nobody cares about trophy. I don't think Mudryk is a bad player. Here's the thing: if a team underperforms, it trickles down. Even the best player in the team, again, you see them perform badly. We saw that again. Even Joao Felix wasn't good enough in that last game, if that makes sense to you. Potter was commissioned by the FA to relegate us. I swear, you could argue that it's a legitimate argument. No chance, Kachila, a 10% again decrease in fans support will blow up Abolis financial models. We are not here again to be beholden to his strongman syndrome. Again, that makes sense. But again, there's a way you phrase that contribution in the chat that I had to again try to And that was why I responded the way I did. Again, coach, we saw it again with Hutchinson and now Fofana. This man has had plenty of opportunities to be the to bet the players in with game time from the bench. He puts the players in the worst time to make him the scapegoat. Possibly, you could argue that. Again, Fofana on loan, definitely Potter out. Yeah, I'm not sure again if it's down to him. So I'm not sure. But I just don't understand. Again, happy blue afternoon, Kashila, and everyone in the chat. DJ Saf 17. Again, you've taken off the 17, but big up, brother. Nice to see you. Mason Mount was our best player under Thomas Tuchel. Just imagine what Potter do to our players. Well, again, Mason Mount started underperforming under Thomas Tuchel, if you're going to bring that up, if that's the truth. Flink and coming again, the next manager tournament is in Germany again. Why next major tournament is in Germany? Why would he leave before that? It's business for everybody involved. If you show him the money, he comes. If that makes sense. So right now, let me see again. Smash the like button, people, and subscribe to the channel if you haven't. The likes do go a long way. So what I'm going to try right now is try to get the comments from those in the chat that I haven't read their comments. Then I'll scroll to the very bottom. I enjoy reading your contributions, but if that's the only thing I do, then that's all we do for the rest of the day. Chelsea signed mentor coach All Blacks again, coach again, who introduced what he called no, you know what head policy. That guy is a beast. If he hasn't sorted them out, then the problem is bigger than we've always thought it was. When Chelsea started battling with relegation before we sacked Potter. Here's the thing. Let's talk about relegation again. We're not far away from relegation, really, and we're not far away from getting into top four. So I think they should take this seriously and find a solution as soon as possible. And I'm quite sure when Chelsea sign players, they don't have any sort of clause that says if we get relegated, then you're going down with us. I am quite sure that's not the case. Richard Ross, I haven't seen you in a while. I hope you're doing well. He says again, in my opinion, Chelsea would have given time to Tuchel. Why Potter? Again, it'd be best again for him being English. I don't know. Again, Potter out. If not, fans must skip watching live until Potter is sacked. It's difficult to actually get fans together to do that. Morning, my brother, big up to you. Big up to you too, Jeff Obonoya. I hope you're doing well. He started a few weeks ago. Bobby says again, too much disingenuous attack on the owners. It's ridiculous. Any club can make a mistake. Again, appointing a manager, mind you, gave Moyes 7 years, fired him in 7 months. Was Moyes given 7 years? Was he really? I didn't know that. The only manager I remember that was given a long-term contract was the former Newcastle manager, what's his name? Alan Pardew, who was given 8 years and then boom, got fired again, I think the next season. Coach, the fact that again we cannot compete with teams at the bottom of the table, it's a massive concern. Here's the thing, and a relegation battle, if we get there, it's going to be really difficult to come out unscathed because a relegation battle is a different animal altogether. It's not the same as top four. Top four is actually easier. There, you need a different spirit to survive relegation, but I don't think we'll get there, if I'm being honest. Chelsea all the way. Where's the guarantee that Chelsea will avoid relegation if Potter stays again until the end of the season? Some don't see Chelsea again is in a very delicate situation at the moment. We are, if we're being honest. Hansi Flick promoted Musiala. I think he values talent. No matter how old you are, as long as you're capable of playing, you get the chance on the Hansi Flick. Potter is the players will have plenty of time for rest when they get dumped out of the UEFA Champions League. Yeah, that break, the 2-day break doesn't make any sort of sense to me, but Musiala was not good for us. Musiala wanted to leave. We tried to keep him, if that makes sense. So we should be careful how we present that argument. It's time for fans again to begin thinking about protecting these new owners, to begin thinking about protesting, so to speak, this new owners, again, the days of this naive trust is over. Most teams above Chelsea are inconsistent. Okay, and Chelsea keep on dropping points. Yeah, it doesn't make sense. Again, Hansi Flick for next Chelsea manager, I don't know. I don't know what to make of him being in our, again in our last two games. I just don't know, really. If I'm being honest, if we're going to change the coach, he must be someone with again with bigger again. Yeah, those guys may be because here's my argument here. If we're being honest, from what I'm seeing, it just seems as if the whole thing comes down to the players not trusting the manager. Even if they trusted him at the start, right now it doesn't look like they trust him. I saw a video of the players coming out from the dressing from again the tunnel. They looked as if they were there for a funeral. They were not there as if they were again. They were walking. They were not walking as if they were walking onto the pitch for a game that they want to win. You're not seeing the spirit. They look dejected. They're looking like, yeah, another game. Let's go give it again our best. Probably again another loss, because to me, collectively, it doesn't look like they trust the manager. And here's something I keep saying: the younger players actually would do better for Chelsea right now, because again, the older players are the ones that will be questioning the manager's pedigree, and they're the ones they're the ones that have been the most disappointing. But unfortunately, again, I'm repeating myself, it doesn't look like Potter is paying attention to the fact that the older players have been the most disappointing. The younger ones, whenever we have them on the pitch, you see fight. You see when Connie Chukwuemeka, you see Noni Madueke, you see Datro Fofana, you see the younger players, again, they're the ones, again, that have shown, the spirit that we see whenever Chelsea play. For the older players, you see them lethargic, you see them passive, you see them, I don't know how it's, again, they don't trust the manager. That's the feeling I'm getting, if that makes sense. Let's see, again, Musiala was amazing in the youth squad. He wanted first team match again, but our hierarchy said no and sold him to Bayern. Yeah, he wanted again, and that wasn't possible at that time. When he left, did he start immediately at Bayern? No, he didn't. If that makes sense. Again, sometimes you can hold the club's hierarchy. Again, you can't hold them. How do I phrase again? To ransom in most cases. But it happens. You can't keep all the good players. Chelsea have been talking to the Porto manager. That may well be the case, and nobody knows. Again, Kuchila, the owners again can be out in LA doing something else. Again, their incompetence is destroying the club. I wouldn't go to the assets and say to their incompetence. They did something. They feel like again it's again it will be good for the club. Do I think they made a mistake? Yeah, I can start counting them, but I'm not going to go into that again. Kuchila, how many old players again does he play? For instance, again, you could say whenever you don't have to call them old. Call them the old guards, those that have won something. Let's just say, use the term, those that have won something. It doesn't look like they trust him, if that makes sense. Not necessarily the older players, no. Those that have won something, won like the Champions League, the club, they don't act like they trust him, if that makes sense. I don't know how else to argue that, but he should again give the younger players more game time. Believe me, they look like the ones that are fighting for him, really. But he trusts experience more. Cannot back this so-called project with Potter in charge. Again, that's up to you. Right now, guys, I'm going to scroll to the very bottom. If I read a bit, Potter out again. I guess Chelsea will finish 15th at the table this season. Don't get me wrong, because I cannot see any progress. It could actually get worse than 15th, given what we're seeing. Whether it's the manager's fault or even the players' fault, it looks like it could get worse. Good morning, coach. Against Southampton, beating us twice. The first time they did that in the 19. Since the 1980s, we were relegated. We were relegated. Is that a question? Or again, are we falling into the same fate again for the second time? I don't think we're going to get relegated. I think it's going to be again a long season, if that makes sense. But we'll see what happens. What do we have here? So I'm going to try again, scroll to the very bottom. If I see anybody that I haven't read their contribution here. Chelsea recruitment is suspect. I don't think this recruitment is suspect. Again, when Chelsea lose to a club who's bottom of the league and without a manager, that surely says again it's all Potter has to go. Again, what's wrong with the board? Come on, Chelsea, do the right thing. At least that's how you see it. We all see it differently. Good day, coach. Good day to you too, Felix Smith. I hope you're doing well. Let's see anybody else here that I haven't gotten the comment here. Madge, Date, we love you. We love you too. Thank you so much for all the support. I appreciate that. The issue of discussing the Mount contract renewal in the summer doesn't look positive. Yeah, it doesn't. If they're leaving it until the summer, probably they've decided they're going to let him go. Just buy handsome players like Ronaldo and make more fans. That is how things work in life. Oh, yeah, it's business for them. And Blue Blood money, I believe there's something to be said about how Chelsea is officiated differently than the other teams. That's also a serious issue. That's also a serious issue, for being honest. Again, the ref let opponents absolutely, again, clamor Chelsea players, again, or maybe players becoming goalkeepers, seven, again, a ball that's goal bound and all that. Nothing is done about it. So again, we'll get to that in a bit. I'm going to bring in Roger. Pop, a big up, brother Roger. How are you doing? I hope you're doing well.
Hey, good morning, good afternoon, sir.
Greetings to you, brother. Much love, much love. Before we get into, again, the topics we have lined up, again, I'd like to get your thoughts, and I'm sure you heard everything we're talking about. You want to start, or do you want us to get into the topics?
Yeah, it's up to you, sir.
Go ahead if you have to say before we get started. Go ahead.
Yeah, a couple of things. Here's the deal. I was listening to you, and you said, with regards to man management, like you shouldn't have rested. There was no reason to rest. Well, this is what happens in a sporting organization. The coaching staff, whether it be the head coach or the coaches, whatever, they meet. I don't know whether it's daily or bi-weekly. They meet with the medical staff, and they will go over, especially after a game, they will go over, the medical records of each individual that is required. You know, obviously, if someone's healthy, they're not going to talk about them. But what they will do is, if someone's healthy, but because of their age, they will talk about when it is best to rotate, like this, and they will do it, believe it or not, with a digital spreadsheet, and it will say this person has played X amount of minutes, and it's not just minutes. They'll have a breakdown because of the GPS that they have on their vest. They will talk about, this is how many sprints they've done, this is how much ground they've covered. So it's not just the minutes; it's an amalgamation of all the data with which they possess on any given player. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
And then based on their age, they will say this person has reached a red line or an orange line, and therefore they should only play X amount of minutes the next game, either as a starter or as a sub, or not at all. So when you're in the training staff, coach, management, however you want to term it, therefore you don't have to, but it would behoove you, it would be in your best interest to take the medical advice on. So a lot of the time when you leave players out of a squad or you don't start them, it's because a lot of the time, especially when it comes to injured players, of course, or players returning from injury, I should say, not injured players, but you know what I'm saying, that's why they adhere to the medical input with which they've received. So you have to understand that. So you say, why did you rest Reece? Why did you? Well, they had to, because they didn't want to put them in a position. I have no problem with that because, I was on Dan's show last night. And by the way, that was very funny. Hashtag Roger out. Laughed my what out. No, it's like, this is what happens. What happens if Reece had played or Silva had played and, God forbid, had sustained an injury, a muscle injury? Not a collision injury. You can't avoid that. You just can't. Otherwise, you'd wrap them up in those, great big plastic balloons. And guess what? And he's out. Now, what would you be saying? Why didn't the coaching staff rest this individual? because we're playing one of the lowest teams or the lowest team in the league. And if you're going to rest a player, you're going to rest them for this match. So you've heard me say this before. You're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. It's that simple, coach. So I believe that actually resting any player based on data, based on medical input, it's out of your hands. Unless it's a final where you just have to throw all your weapons out, then yeah, go for it. But you should never do it at a player's, shall we say, health risk. That's all I'm trying to say. You know, and obviously when there's a concussion, that the coaching staff have no say in the matter. You know, because they're usually ruled out anyway. So, and that's what I have to say about that aspect of the game. With regards to photographs coming out of the tunnel, so I could get a long lens and take pictures, and I can show you every single game.
No, that wasn't it was a video, and that's how I see it. In my opinion, they don't look like, again.
Because they got their asses chewed, probably, coach. Because they're coming out half time and they play.
No, that wasn't halftime. I think it was, again, the one I saw was before the game started.
But you're reading too much into this. It's like, so you can read into the match like, wow, he's wearing shoelaces instead of slip-on shoes. What are we doing here? Oh my God, he's wearing a blue shirt instead of a white shirt. Yeah, it's nonsensical. This game is this simple. You score more goals than your opponent and you win. It's not science. You know, this isn't putting a man on the moon. It's very basic. Okay, yes, and then you can, shall we say,
so you're saying when we're looking at the team's performance, we shouldn't be looking beyond, again, goal scoring. Again, I believe, lack of ability to put away chances. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, no. That's what I'm about to bring up. So whether you put on any player, and I asked the people on the panel yesterday at Dan's show, did you watch the Man City Nottingham Forest game?
I didn't watch that game.
I really, at the very least, watch the highlights. You will see exactly what Chelsea is going through. They had so many opportunities. They weren't clinical. You had Nottingham Forest players diving, not with their hands, but putting their bodies in front of the ball to block. They had goal line clearances, hitting the woodwork. What's his name? Haaland, a prolific goal scorer, I think we can all agree, had 3 chances because of rebounds inside the 6-yard line. So you're looking at between 4 and 5 yards out, missing. Point blank range, missing. Yes, there were people in front of him. Yes, the ball is moving. Yes, it was a reflex. But this is Chelsea in an essence. Pep, the game was 1-1, if I'm not mistaken. So what does that mean? Fire Pep because he's responsible for them being clinical? No,
you can't compare the two situations. If you're referencing the chances they missed, I say bring it on. But if you're saying fire Pep because of 1 game or because of 2 games, come on, Richard, go ahead.
No, because this is what I'm saying. This is the last 2. Okay, so Man City beat Arsenal 3-1, yes, last week, yes. Do you know what their expected goal was? It was under 2. Do you know what Chelsea's were versus Dortmund? It was over 2. The goalkeeper made 7 saves.
So what's your point?
So I'm saying that they're creating chances, just like 2 days ago. Sorry, not yesterday, 2 days ago. But they're not clinical, and that hasn't been only under Potter. That's been under Tuchel.
I understand. How is their overall performance? How's the overall? Do you sense confusion? Did you not see a pattern of play? Did you not see? Yeah, go ahead, Roger.
Listen, it doesn't matter about any of that because of one reason only. I'm a reasonably intelligent person. You can play the most gorgeous football, but if you're not putting the ball away in the box or anywhere, actually, outside, inside, and the 6-yard box, the 18-yard box, it's that simple. It doesn't matter about patterns. It doesn't matter about philosophy, because when you have your opponent inside defending deeply, and yet you still have opportunities and you're still not being clinical, meaning not being able to put the ball past the goal line.
Roger, do I understand your argument?
The rest
Yes,
doesn't
but again,
matter.
Portas again. But again, Pep Guardiola's case is different in the sense, again, their performance overall is better than our performance overall 10 million times.
So hold on 1 second. Performance in putting the ball in the back of the net? No.
Roger, you're just making this more technical than it should be.
No,
it's simple.
it's not.
We're not seeing the fighting spirit on the pitch. There's so much confusion. You know how objective I've always tried to be when it comes to talking about Potter.
No. I'm talking
but I don't know where you're dragging this argument to. But go ahead.
Because it's really simple, Coach. I'm actually simplifying things. I'm not complicating. We're talking about the game. Listen, can I ask you a question? I'll use the Southampton game. In fact, both of them. Did we not? If we had played these games and we hardly produced any opportunities to score, then I would say there's some serious issues. But these games were symptomatic from the last 3 or 4 years. Inability to score. You're talking about Sterling. Played well. I got to admit, I'm not his biggest fan. He made a difference. But
he nearly got an equalizing goal for us.
Yeah, 3 times inside the 6-yard box. Well, does that sound like something like is reminiscent of what Man City did? That's why I brought it up. It's the same circumstance. Now, obviously, Haaland is a far more clinical player than Sterling. I'm just highlighting the similarities. That's all I'm doing, Coach. Forget about the style. Forget about the philosophy. We're talking about when a team. I think we had 72% possession in the second half. Compared to their 28. So
Roger, we all see things differently. And
yeah, of course.
You're saying it from that perspective, but that's a list of my concerns. Really, there are all the things that are showing that's a bigger problem beyond goal scoring, and that has never been. I know the players miss chances, and the manager cannot come and help them score goals, but there are other issues there that's very apparent.
That.
And so, to my surprise, again, you're not
scoring goals is the least of your problem, really. Okay, then that's fine.
Yeah, right now, because we're creating the chances, there are other issues that I'm seeing. That is where I'm concerned, really. But Roger, I get it. You're just making it more technical than it's necessary.
I'm simplifying it. If anything,
you're not. You're complicating it by going. You went from.
I beg to
talking
differ,
about
Coach.
XG, comparing Man City, and asking me if Pep Guardiola should he be fired because Man City missed chances.
Coach, I brought XG.
Chelsea's problem is beyond creating chances right now.
Coach,
if you're really paying attention.
So talk over me then, Coach. I brought in XG because every time you want to not put down Chelsea, every time you want to critique Chelsea for an X amount of reason, you bring in XG and you say the XG doesn't lie. You always say, look, that team had greater chances.
If we talk about overall performance after a game, that's when I bring it up.
And no, Coach, so this is why I've decided to bring in XG. If you notice, this isn't the first time. So therefore, I'm bringing, I'm actually using your strategy against you.
Roger, the video is there. Click it, say every time I talk about Potter, I use XG. If I talk about the overall
Coach, I didn't say Potter. You interject.
Go ahead, Roger, go ahead.
Coach, I didn't say Potter. I said Chelsea. Notice I said Chelsea, not Potter. So you use XG and you've used it in the past. So therefore, this is what I'm doing. The XG is greater than our opponents. So I'm stating that isn't an issue. The issue is being clinical. I'm simplifying it. There isn't anything about complicating anything by using XG. I'm just giving that because this is what in its basic fundamental form, this game is about scoring goals more than you concede. So I'm simplifying it. So please don't tell me I'm complicating it. I'm not. I really am not. It's that simple.
You're right. Again, let me see. Helgi, welcome to the panel. Helgi, how are you doing?
Yeah, nice to be back. Finally found a bit some time to be back here. It's a pleasure. The circumstances aren't the right ones considering the shape we are at the moment, but great to be back.
Excellent. Nice to have you. I'm glad you found the time to join us today. Your thoughts again, you heard everything we talked about. Do you want to comment, or do you want to wait until we get into the topic proper? I mean, you can talk about what the problem. What do you think the problem is at Chelsea? Let me just phrase it that way. Maybe again, so I don't point you towards again a particular direction in where your response is towards a particular direction, because I don't want to the argument that it looks like I'm biased.
Yeah, huge respect even for Roger, and we have
Good morning.
this Roger. Yeah, we have discussed together several times, but
you guys literally have fought.
Yeah, we have thought about our perspectives, but the thing is that I honestly couldn't disagree more with the comparison, considering the argument that we don't create volume of chances. Our chances are sporadic. It's there aren't a consequence of a well elaborated, sophisticated team. And the difference between what we used to do under Tuchel and what's happening now is that the only thing we worried about back then was solely clinicality, the lack of clinicality. Well, now the issue is that we don't have cohesion between the lines. We have huge distances. The pressing is incohesive. Players that don't have any kind of connection with each other. We don't press in phases. We press individually, and not in the right time, not in the right place. It's chaos. And considering the external factors, considering that Potter now has practically a new squad in his disposal, I don't think it's normal for Chelsea Football Club, who has spent 600 million pounds in 2 transfer windows, to say that we can get away with it by creating a couple of chances in the second half against the bottom place side at home without a manager, which is something like that we can find at the last place team of the Championship or League One easily. So it's deeper than that, and the problem is that I study a major at school that it's heavy on data, but using data without context is it's not only wrong, but it's also risky, because we have the latest precedent that is Southampton, who got Nathan Jones solely due to using data without context, and we look how it turned out. So it's all about combining the eye test with the help of the data and coming to a logical conclusion. And so far I have seen no cohesion, no substantial improvement in terms of the shape and the structure. It was also evident against Dortmund. Even the chances we create are a product of individual brilliance, and the fact that we can't keep it up from the first minute to the 95th minute of the game, it proves my point. Actually, against Dortmund, if it wasn't for Felix couple of moments in the first half was a hiatus. We were outnumbered everywhere. It was an end-to-end game against a team we could have done much better. And you can argue that if Felix took those chances, we could have ended the first half with a 2-0 lead. But equally, if Dortmund used that superiority they had on the counter better, they could have easily scored as well before the break. So, in my opinion, these chances come as a result of doing things on the spot, rather than having a structure, having a pattern for the players to build in and grow inside that pattern, rather than trying to make them devise things out of nothing. Against Southampton, for me, it was I have seen it a million of times, even under Lampard, players trying to create on the spot, but it shows nothing about the basic and substantial factors that define a structure from a managerial standpoint. We are bad in this sense. We saw the first half against Southampton. It's, for me, one of the most lethargic halves of football I have ever seen, without any kind of exaggeration or like recency bias or whatever you can call it. It was just a group of players without any kind of connection with each other against a team that lost against a 10-man Wolverhampton one week ago. So for me, it's an unprecedented situation. I was against Potter's appointment from the outset, but I never expected us to be this bad. And also the number of excuses is getting thinner and thinner. You can't say anymore that we have a bad personnel because everything has changed. We can't say anymore. You can't blame the injuries anymore because players are coming back one by one, have already come. You can't use a gel argument anymore because players don't need more than a month to gel, and this month has already passed. So I feel that the persistence on Potter is solely the product of ego and pride. There is no real process going on. This is a situation like saying a person who wants to in order to make an analogy, a person who wants to lose weight and instead of jogging and going to the gym and doing everything needed to go to a certain goal, stays in front of the TV, eats crisps, eats unhealthy food, and hopes that at a certain point in the future you'll get to this goal. So we are in the opposite end of the line in these circumstances, and for me, we need a change. I'm not saying that Graham Potter is the sole problem of the club, and we have other issues also in terms of personnel to solve. But I think that it's unacceptable to give more time to somebody that it just isn't in the habitat of him. It's not about what he has done at Ostersund and Brighton. No one is taking it away from him, but it's about football works in habitats, working in context, and he isn't in the right place. That profile of a manager isn't for the structure, the ambitions, the level of investment, the expectations that Chelsea need. So it would be better for both parties to part ways. Nothing against him necessarily in a personal sense, but professionally speaking, time should have been up since long ago.
Here's the thing. Something again. This is very important. If you watch along, I get it. We created chances, and after and we missed chances. And had Felix scored out the game, let's say especially the last two games against Dortmund, had Felix put away the chances he's got, we would have won that game. Let's say 3-1 at least. But beyond that, there are other things that are of big concern. And in the Premier League, we're not going to go far with that. Like here's what Bobby Fairview is saying here. I'm coming. He says again, where did our pressing go? And you did talk about it to a certain extent. I was asking during that last game, our behavior off the ball is my biggest concern right now.
Yeah, we are disjointed.
Yeah, any off the ball, that one doesn't need gelling. Behavior off the ball doesn't need gelling. Just press strategically, press as a unit. We don't want a single individual running for the ball, and then the other players will just be walking like they're in a fashion show and not even try to cut off the passing lane.
Actually,
we don't need a
Klopp. Coach, listen to Klopp. He will tell you it takes time.
No, I don't listen to Klopp. I don't listen to Klopp. This is my observation. That is I have to say my own observation. If I need advice as a coach, maybe I'll go to Klopp.
Sure.
Honestly, pressing is good. Here's what I'm trying to say, Roger. A single individual is running and running after the player with the ball.
Sure.
The other players,
whatever you want to say.
The other players should make effort to cut out the passing lanes for that player with the ball. But we don't see that with Chelsea right now. And that's my
also,
concern.
If you see how frequently the opposition team come in our defensive third 6 months into the job, that's not acceptable. I mean, we can get bypassed extremely easily.
I get the argument. Just quickly, again, Helgi, before I bring in Bobby, I get the argument that the new players need time to gel. I get it, but again, this is the issue we're seeing is beyond that. It's either
totally agree, Coach.
It's either the team they don't trust the manager, and that can show when somebody can. It doesn't look like as if maybe his instructions they're not buying into it because they don't trust him. And forget it, even beyond quoting Tuchel, that's the truth. If results, and again, if results and positive, at one point, those you're trying to lead will not trust you. Because even if it's their fault, they'll start blaming you. My argument wasn't really the whole thing was Potter. I know that's where the point you're trying to make. I'm just saying the issue is beyond creating goals, more importantly.
No,
and
so
at this point,
it was for me. It was the thing. No, sorry to interrupt. Just something to go beyond the point you made about the players trusting him or not. It was a podcast some months ago, I think before the World Cup, when somebody, a member of the team actually, had said to, I forgot his name, a former player actually, that it was a wrong decision to replace Thomas Tuchel with Graham Potter, and they are very different from in the aspect of tactical sophistication. So since here you get the impression that there is something that the players fear us, that we aren't tactically elaborated enough, or if because people may interpret it as microanalysis from my side, but it's actually not. I don't want to make comparisons out of nothing, but the reality is that if you take Tuchel's first loss against West Brom and Potter's first loss against Brighton, the attitude of both represents a stark contrast. Tuchel at the time said that we should win now and double down on his initial interview. Potter, he said, who initially said that this is how Chelsea are high in the football hierarchy. This isn't Brighton anymore, and this and that, and we try to get on to him. After losing that game, which actually was coming, and we could have easily had the same result and performance against Aston Villa 2 weeks later, and Kepa saved 2 weeks earlier, sorry, and Kepa saved us. He, took a back step and said Chelsea fans should be prepared to go into these rounds of losses because this is a process and all of that. So this is a sign of insecurity. Even when he has been asked about the reasons behind accepting our job, he has replied that I did this to test myself. Even for him is an experiment, which makes to me even more baffling the fact that we trusted him in such a blind way, like giving that kind of wages, the contract length. And I really do hope that there is a clause in his contract that he may get a small compensation if there is a number of minimal conditions that haven't been met. But actually speaking, this is something that goes beyond the games. I don't feel that the players really trust him because he hasn't made himself to be trusted. So it's a case. I have always been against player power. I have always been in favor of stability in terms of managers, and believe me, it's the first time that I actively want the sacking of a manager in 14 years as a fan. But the reality is that this time I can excuse the players because the end of the attitude that he has showed is not applicable in a big club environment. So, and that's what.
Go ahead. I want to get this thing again. Get to Bobby.
Yeah, that's the thing about things that go beyond the tactical aspect. And regarding the pressers, that people say that he isn't maybe how can you say he isn't explosive enough? He doesn't like communicate with the players in a way that we would have wanted a Chelsea manager to communicate. It doesn't defend the club as much. These are legit points because the performances on the pitch are equally passive as his nature in the press conferences. So it's a connected topic. It's not that we are winning and people are wrongly prejudging Potter for his calm and more reserved nature. So for me, it shows insecurity, and this insecurity has been injected in the team.
Wow.
And that's what I personally believe, and there is no light at the end of the tunnel in this under this kind of circumstances.
So because him being restrained means that he's insecure. That is a psychological fact, is it? Is Freudian wrote that before a paper on it? Seriously. So someone doesn't berate get a red card, swears at the
No,
refs.
no,
what have you.
I'm not.
Then that
That's
shows-
what you guys
no,
want.
it's not.
That's
It's
what
not
you
this
guys
way.
want.
It's not
You're
this way.
saying
I will reply
wanted
by
to
making
get
the
5
reference with
match suspension.
Can we
Ancelotti.
talk one by
Yeah,
one? Can we talk one by
Is
one?
Ancelotti was secure
unfounded statement.
and was
Unfounded.
it wasn't timid. That's the difference.
Pineapple.
I
All
don't
right, Roger,
want
what were you going
necessarily
to say,
want.
Roger? Hold on, Helgi. Roger, what were you going to say? Bobby's still waiting. He hasn't spoken. Go ahead,
No,
Roger.
I'll let Bobby drop. That's just an unfounded. We're getting to that depth of detail just to critique someone. It's actually
Literally.
it's I'm lost for words.
Is he entitled to his opinion?
Yes,
course
yes.
he is.
Thank you.
I'm entitled
go ahead,
I'm
Bobby.
entitled to my
don't mean we
opinion.
can't call it
2
out.
plus 2 equals 6.4.
Yeah.
Okay?
We all are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
6.4. 2 plus 2.
Can't call it out. I'm gonna call out a lot of shit, but yeah, we move.
Now, can we watch our language, please? That has gotten the channel into serious trouble of late. If you check a few of the videos we did arguing about Potter, 3 of them are in private. Again, and it doesn't make sense. We don't have membership. The only way we earn anything is the people watching this. But if it get demonetized, then it was just like we just played in the park and went home. Bobby, again, your thoughts, you had everything. Let's stick with that. Sorry?
Sorry.
No, you're fine. No, you're fine, bro. Again, I like everybody's perspective. As long as we allow other people to speak, it makes sense. There's something to learn. Bobby, you can come in whenever are you ready, Bobby?
Yeah, big up, guys. This is interesting listening. I even spent a little time in the chat enjoying myself. Look, you're going to be happy. I have a disagreement with Roger, but
Preach,
I also
Bobby,
have a
preach.
disagreement
Shocking.
with you.
I know.
Coach. And I'll start with you. You know, after a while, we start nitpicking. You know, all these people talking about, oh, he shouldn't have played Thiago. He should have played Thiago Silva. He should have played Reece James. The fact is, these players needed a rest, period, whoever were playing, and he did the right thing there. The issue about the players in the tunnel when they were coming out, I think that's nitpicking.
Exactly.
You know, they were looking serious. Because they lost, you could say, oh, they're confused. If they won, you say they were focused. So I don't think it's relevant. However, what is relevant is that football is a relatively short turnaround in terms of players and their careers, in terms of the window of opportunity to achieve success for a club. It's all very short. It's all very quick. And you have to, your decision making from top to bottom has to be really snappy. I will continue to take issue with those that are attacking the ownership. I find it disingenuous. In fact, I find it quite disgraceful. They forget how they acquired the club in the first place, the duress under which the club was for no fault of their own. And the fact that these guys, who still haven't been here up to a year, mind, had to act quickly. They had to act before they had put everything in place because they spent all their time trying to put in place a bid and the purchase plans. And I think they have done very well. They put their money where their mouth is. And hey, look, anybody, any club, they're not the first and they won't be the last set of owners, a club, to make a mistake in a managerial appointment. Yes, David Moyes was given 7, I think probably even up to 8 years at Man United. And they decided straight after Alex Ferguson, they thought he'll be another Alex Ferguson, probably because he's just Scottish, because I don't see any other similarities.
Recommended by Ferguson himself.
Okay, well, whatever. The fact
I'm
is
just saying that recommended. That's why they gave him that much year. They trusted him.
Exactly. And the great Alex Ferguson clearly made a mistake, and they decided to change. Hey, look, these billionaires, right? They didn't become billionaires by not making mistakes. Part of being great is being able to problem solve, and mistakes come into it. It's how you resolve the situation more than how you make them. The fact that an error has been made is how they recover and fix it that matters. So all these people sitting there screaming and shouting, oh, the owners, the owners, the owners. Get a life, get a perspective. This is the Chelsea perspective. Get a perspective of the situation. It's not easy managing and owning a super club. This is what these people are doing. And I think so far, so good. They've been extremely dedicated. They haven't come here to destroy the club. It's of no benefit to them. They want to eventually make a profit. So they have to rise the club up to greatness. And that's what they're trying to do. Look, it's with a heavy heart I say this about Graham Potter. It really is, because I want him to do well, but there are too many red flags. One of which is, isn't it strange how you never see at any point in time him going through strategic plans with the players? Whereas if you remember from Mourinho's tenure, from every successful manager, you would always catch a glimpse of technical things being told to the players. Even as they're coming onto the pitch, you see one of the assistants showing them drawings and things. They're going through passages of play. Why do I say this? I'm not sure what goes on at Cobham when this guy's training. And as I said in the chat, I think, well, it doesn't matter if they have 2 days off because they ain't doing anything in training anyway. You know, and no wonder the owners are going to talk to Potter, because everybody needs to sit down and talk and discuss this situation, because it is a crisis. Now, look, why I say this is, when you saw in that game all these youngsters coming on, Enzo running up and starting to press in front, Fofana when he was on doing so much dribbling on his own, Madueke the same thing, and the only time there seemed to be any sort of rhythm was when Havertz and Sterling were on together, because they had played with a rhythm under Tuchel, so we're just repeating that. It just showed that there was no rehearsal of passages of play. You don't need months and months to do that. I understand new players, different leagues, young players, everybody gets it. But you need to be showing signs. And nobody sees those signs. We just see chaos. We don't see them even trying things. And let me tell you, the biggest indictment to the training at Stamford Bridge right now is the fact that we can't even take corners. I mean, that is disgraceful, frankly. And this guy was meant to be the guy to come in and use young players, get young players through. He's not using them. Fofana was looking like the most likely player to score. What does he do? He takes them out because he panics. Because he panics and he decides that, oh, let me go to those players that are tried and tested, that are clearly fed up with him, clearly not impressed with him, and clearly wondering what he's doing. You don't need a long time to do that. You need to start to give people some confidence. What is happening now? I believe there was a tweet on Twitter which was quite accurate to me. I think the management clearly are going to talk to him. They have to. If they didn't, I would be deeply concerned. And they will say, look, you have 3 games to demonstrate to us that, and indeed the fans, that you have a direction. I think Spurs, I don't know if we're playing anybody else between them
Leeds.
and the
Leeds.
Okay, Spurs, Leeds, and then the Champions League. So those are the games that he needs to show something. Is anybody confident he will? No. You can see all over Twitter people talking about losing to Spurs 3-0, 4-0, whatever. It's all a bit childish, but you know, it's just a reflection of the emotion and the fact that they don't have confidence in this guy. Nobody is really expecting him to start ripping up trees, but we are expecting a plan and we're not getting it. And honestly, I have to say, the ownership would be foolish if they haven't already started looking for his replacement, if they haven't even got his replacement already waiting, because this cannot continue. There is time and there is time. There is time when you're showing signs of an improvement, and there's just no time when you're showing that you're going nowhere. Yes, we know that there were injuries, accepted, mitigating circumstance. Yes, we know that all these new young players have come in, accepted. But that doesn't take away the fact that you need to be showing us something. When a team that's bottom of the league comes to play you and they are more diligent, they are more determined, they are better rehearsed, okay, they've been together longer, but they are bottom of the league. They made an absolute fool of you. When there is a mug to be taken up, this guy tends to take it with both arms. He's made a fool of everywhere he goes. And this is what is concerning fans. You could hear them shouting in the stands, mate, sort this thing out. What are you doing? And imagine how the players are feeling. Honestly, I don't see him lasting beyond the summer. I don't. Unless he does those things in these next 3 games and start to give us a sign. Show us that you have a direction, you have a plan, you are indeed doing something in the training ground. Because if you cannot, let's go to the very, very, very basics. If you have a team, a top flight team that cannot take corners, that have no rehearsed corner taking routine, and do not have the right corner takers, my God, that's a shambles for sure. An absolute disgrace. He's on a timer, whether we like it or not.
So the actual
I have just a question for Bobby, because he encapsulated my thoughts brilliantly in this, but just something. Did you read Matt Law's article from today?
No, not yet. I'm afraid I'm working.
Yeah, that's where my worries lie about the owners, because it was an exclusive about 5 reasons why Potter hasn't been sacked, and there are 2 disproportional with our situations, like things that they are happy with him, that he doesn't point fingers at the others, doesn't put players under the bus. Still, they keep mentioning Tuchel, which is for me like unacceptable in any kind of level, considering the situation we are in, or even some remarks that are completely out of context regarding referencing Zeke's job at Man City with Pep. So Potter not having preseason, for me this is concerning. I'm not trying to call them out and to say that they are doing things wrong in every level, because I was happy with what they did in January. But
I just need to respond quickly before I shut up. But look, you can't listen. The media are always going to say everything, and they will say things from their point of view, put words in people's mouths, and so on.
Sure,
you know.
But my fear is it may be a club briefing.
Well, whatever it is, to be attacking the ownership after 4.5 billion expenditure and 600 million playing staff expenditure plus directorship and management and so on. I just think it's completely disingenuous. You're taking your leaf about what they're doing from the opinions of a journalist, which is, in my view, very wrong.
Listen, it's not about the opinion. It's about him briefing time after time, and I think the situation is that all the journalists are in synchrony about what's happening. So everyone is saying that they are still protecting him, they are still backing him,
and they're going to protect him.
They're never going to come.
But that's
more importantly, even if they don't back him, you're never going to hear that.
Exactly.
Like Bobby said, that's a chance they already have an agreement with the next manager. That's a chance that's not the case.
Yeah, of course, but
you're never going to know.
Okay, but as we speak now, this is all hypothetical. I hope that that's the case. However, the article
let me say this, Helgi. Let me say this to you. I want to catch up with Ty so that I can bring in IBG. He's been waiting. Here's the thing. Firing him is not going to be cheap. It's going to be really expensive. So,
Coach,
which
they
means
can
even
afford
before
to
that,
do
they
it.
would do everything they can
To
for him to
keep him.
succeed. Part of which is saying we still back you. And when they said we still back you, they mean it. They want to see him turn things around. If that makes sense.
Everybody does.
Of
Everybody
Yeah,
course,
does.
exactly.
yeah. No,
Everybody does.
I'm not.
Even I,
I'm not.
even
I'm
I
not
do
going
want him to
against them.
survive.
The issue
I'm
with
just saying.
firing
I'm just
him,
asking the question.
the
I'm
issue with
interested in the
firing
take.
him,
Okay,
it's not
and you
that.
got your answer from Bobby, really, again,
Please,
so that I
let
can
me
catch
just
up.
add this point. The issue with firing him, these guys can burn up the 80 million or whatever it will cost to fire him. That's not their problem. Their problem is FFP and the books because they want to further strengthen
Yeah.
the squad. That's
Yeah,
what
but
they're
that's why
looking
I'm
at.
hoping that there is a clause which gets him. David
Clause.
Moyes was
No,
sacked for
here's the thing. There's
one-sixth
no
Listen,
such
they're
thing
not
of
going to
clause.
come out and
of
tell
the
you.
compensation.
They're not going to come out and tell you that they're going to fire this geezer.
No,
They're
they
not
will
going
not
to
do
No,
that.
no,
that.
not that. No. I'm just saying that
Let's move on from this because we're
he
gonna
does.
keep going back and forth. Let's move on from that. We're gonna keep going back and forth on that angle because it's a very tight one to deal with. We don't have the information to know whether there's a clause on his contract or not. I get it. Sometimes there's some sort of performance-related clause that says if this is the case, we're gonna let you go and we're not gonna pay you this amount. But if you're doing well, we decide. I'm not gonna get into because I'm not sure. I don't see his contract. All we know is that he's on a 5-year contract, and if he gets fired, he gets what we believe, certain amount. Nobody is sure what's on the contract, but that's right. Let's move on from that. Kachila, you need to give this panelist a long contract. You're talking about Helgi. Helgi is actually a senior panelist here, one of the first to be consistent here. He had a show that every Saturday then with Dan, but again because his studies and Dan's other engagements, they put a halt to that show again for a while now.
Yeah,
It's called
thank you very much.
Frankly Friday. So yeah, he's already on the long-term contract. If you want to quit, then he's not going to get anything. Players in prison. Okay, yeah, I get it. Again, Ancelotti was stoic again in his way. Again, stoic.
Stoic, yes.
Okay, I have my English teacher here. Stoic. He was stoic in his own ways. He's again stairs. He's stairs. Okay, says a lot. I'm not.
He makes a stare when you stare at someone.
Okay. How he stares at people. Okay, I get it. The way again it was structured again, I wasn't sure what that means. This guy is right. Roger and Bobby have been proven wrong. Okay, and let's see that again. Which rest?
Bobby.
Again, fact bashing the owners is weird to me. To me again, I that's one side again. I totally agree with Bobby on that one. They didn't spend nearly 5 billion. You could say it probably has crossed 5 billion plus right now, and then not wanting the club to do well. I think they mean well. Have they made mistakes? Yes, they've made mistakes, but that's again that shouldn't lead to us condemning them entirely. Even if you think they don't know football, they spent that much money, and I'm sure they know quite well if the club doesn't do well, it will hit their pocketbooks really hard. It takes the club winning trophies, doing well, being again participating in the Champions League for their business to yield profit. If that makes sense, it's not just going to come from sales of merchandise and whatever you want to talk about. You cannot expect a taxi driver again to drive. Oh my goodness, I want to go to heaven. It's simple because it's not that level. Okay, I get it. Again, Chelsea owners made a mistake to give them expensive team to a person that don't know how to manage a big team. Wow. Again, Fez, Bobby. Let's see what else do we have here. I think I'm going to scroll to the very bottom and then I'll try to get your subsequent contributions because I know IBZ is waiting for me. Right now, again, fragments from Tuchel, again, a fading on the Porter. Again, one reason Wesley Fofana still look fresh. Okay. Are you having a conversation with somebody? Potter never adopted, again, this approach at Brighton. So why has he come here experimenting and training this brand of, again, football or non-football? Trialing. Okay, I'm not sure what to make of that. Again, what to say really. Again, transfer fees and salaries, it can be like, again, albatrosses to players when the team isn't winning. Players are called bust or flops. Okay. busts or flops. Fan pressure on Graham Potter is one thing, but when the players lose belief, Potter will be out. Again, that's my argument right now. Whether it is his fault or not, the players, at one point, if the results ain't going the right direction, they will stop believing in the manager, and they likely start questioning his ability to actually be their coach in the first place. But that's, by the way, I'm going to be highlighting your subsequent contributions, and again, whenever I get a chance, I'll try to get as much as I can. I don't want to turn on slow mode, but because that will slow down the conversation you're having between yourselves in the chat. So I'm just going to let it flow. But before I go to IBZ, please, if you haven't, take a second, drop a like on the stream and subscribe to the channel if you haven't. The likes do go a long way. IBZ, coming to you, your thoughts. You heard everything we talked about. This is free form right now. You heard the conversation. Your thoughts on where we're at, what's going on. What do you think is wrong with Chelsea or at the club?
Hello, everyone.
Hello, big up to you,
Hey,
brother.
IBZ.
And thank you for being patient.
Yeah. It's hard to put a finger. First and foremost, yeah, I didn't like the game on Saturday. I felt it was really bad. I felt where we were coming into the game, well, Southampton were coming into the game, I felt we should have grabbed all 3 points. But I don't think the manager needs to go, and I don't think the manager is to blame, and I don't think the manager will be sacked, and I think he is the man to turn it around.
Okay.
I believe a meeting needs to be called. Maybe, I don't know, bosses that see fit, bring him in the office, talk to him, say what's going on, sit him down, critique his approach, maybe in training, maybe his communication to the players. Not on the pitch, not in front of cameras, in front of billions of Sky Sports, BN Sports, All Sports, Now Sports, not in front of them, but behind the scenes, how his message, maybe that conversation needs to be had. I don't believe he needs to change for anyone's, standards. I've been hearing a lot of people saying, why are you not acting this way? Why, by whose standards? He needs to act in a way he sees fit, in a way he needs to accord himself to be a best version of him, if he wants to get the best version out of this squad. So that's where I'm at. His own way, yeah. So I don't want him to be running up and down the pitch if that's not you, bro. I don't want you to be screaming at players if that's not you, bro. If that's not what you are, if that's not what made you Graham Potter, don't give in to anyone, because that's going to be a big mess than it already is. That's how where I'm at with him. I believe, yeah, we are like I forecasted many months ago, and a lot of people just forget, or we all forget when we say things, and then when it happens again, we kind of get knocked for six. This is going to be a roller coaster of a season. Roller coaster is probably honest. It's going to be I don't know if
I believe you said it nearly 2 million times.
I don't know if you've been on like an oblivion ride where you just go down, whoosh, and you now come back up again. Like, whoa, what happened? This season, we probably even seen the peak of it. But what I'm saying is, I believe Graham Potter understands the situation. I don't believe he goes into every match thinking, oh yeah, let's not, And if the argument is he's not good enough, bringing someone that is good enough, or he hasn't got the experience, bringing someone that is good enough, would you give that person that is good enough time, or would you expect him to hit the ground running? And there's this thing that's been bugging me since he's taken over, that, because he's not good enough, he's never managed at this level, does that not even warrant more time than someone that has the experience? I mean, it's almost like we will rather give a rich man asking for money all our savings, but a beggar that's asking for £1 just to buy a drink, we will walk past. It's that type of analogy I always try to. Surely this man that hasn't got the experience of managing at this level, surely the manager that hasn't got the experience of managing this abundance of talent, or having this amount of money spent on a squad that he has to manage, surely he needs a little bit more time than those, or I don't know.
That's why he's a mistake.
Enrique.
That's why he's a mistake.
Let him drop, Bobby. Let him drop.
So when I say surely he deserves more time than Enrique, Thomas Tuchel, the Jose Mourinho, if he was to ever come back on this island. Surely that guy did once more time. So now Bobby brings up the argument that there is a mistake. So now are we not in support of the ownership model? Are we not in support of what the ownership are trying to implement, that this may be a teething period that they are probably taken into account? And that's because we are consumers or fans. We don't really see what's going on. We only see 90 minutes. And that's all.
Yeah,
And
as
what
you
we've
go
taken
through
off that,
teething, you correct your errors. This is what they have to do.
Bobby, let him drop. When he drops, if you have any
Understandable.
response, you can comment.
Understandable.
Go ahead,
Hence why I understand that he may understand that they may call him into our office and say, look, we need to see something. Please work it out because it's not looking good. I'm not disputing that. But the train to say out, go now, I don't think is healthy enough. That's all I got to say.
But does it change anything, IBZ?
What?
Yelling Potter out, hashtag Potter, does it affect the manager's performance, you think?
Of course it does.
Then he shouldn't take the job. If fans pressure again causes him to not do his job correctly, then he shouldn't take the job. But go ahead, I'll let you drop. Go ahead.
So that means no manager takes the job if based off fans. That means Erik ten Hag should have run away from Manchester United if that was the case. That was a red culture you do not want to be in. Listen, we're fans. With all due respect to influencers, Twitter accounts, people that may be invited to club stadiums to do a tour. Listen, we are just consumers. We're not in the back doors of the profession unless it's your thing. We don't study sports science to know dietary. We don't study physiotherapy to know muscle and all of these things. We're just consumers that watch the beautiful game and we interpret it how we want to interpret. So yeah, he is going to manage. He needs the time, and yes, the way they hire them. That's the philosophy is how they see fit. We have to support that. Everyone makes mistakes, so they may look back and say, "Yo, we made a mistake with this guy. We thought it was the way forward," and they may pull the plug. But that will be down on them. But until then, I have to support the fact that this guy can turn it around. I have to accept it. I can't.
Are you doing that as a Chelsea fan, or are you being objective?
No, I'm doing it as a Chelsea. I look at the performance and say, look,
thank you.
Southampton, what the hell was that? I'm not saying it was a good performance. I was absolutely fuming. I was like, where do we go from here? We got and I'm not using the news side. I think even the news side is made the situation worse. Adding a new signing made the situation worse. Not because of the fact that we didn't need them. We needed them. But a man that hasn't got the experience of managing top talent, you now add 600 plus of more talent to his pool. What do you want him to do? He's probably look lost. It's going to take longer for him. So I understand.
I'm amazed at your sincerity there. Go ahead, brother.
I fully understand. I'm not saying it's good enough. But okay, we sack him. We bring in tomorrow. We bring in Enrique tomorrow. If this happens, if we go through a spiral like this again in 6 months' time, what as Chelsea fans, do we not look deluded? Do we not look lost within ourselves where we keep tweeting, making threads, making discussions? I'm tired. I want this person out. I want this person out. When do we look in ourselves and say, are we actually all right? So that's where I'm trying to put a foot stop and say, yo, something's got to give. He's got to look in himself in the eye, maybe even have a crisis meeting. Not sack him. Crisis meeting. Tell people home truths. Maybe certain men don't start. Bring in young G's. Something needs to go on. But to let him out now, it will be too reactionary. And I'm sorry, it's not the solution.
Yeah, let me ask you this before we go to Bobby. IBC, two things you said. You were one of those. They've always preached. I think you said it a zillion times. That it's going to be a long season, whether we like it or not.
From Arsenal's preseason, Potter goes. It's the same players, the same problems. What do you expect? I took that and I was like, hang on. And I was looking at other people doing some of it. I'm like, hang on, this guy's screaming something. And I know this guy talks. He's like a Mourinho. He will scream out in public to say, you guys, I'll be warning you guys. Before you guys will say it's me. So I saw that and I was thinking, let me see how this goes. And it was evident. So I'm not surprised on where we are, even though it obviously people say, oh yeah.
Let me ask you this, IBC. we will talk
Yes.
about give manager time. I'll still go to
Yes.
Bobby for his response before I
Yes,
go to
yes.
again my Phil there. Phil is sweating.
Yes.
We talk about giving manager time, but
Yes.
if in football, when you talk about giving a manager time, time should be measured in parallel with performance, right?
Okay.
So
No.
I want to get your opinion.
No.
What I'm
Okay,
coming.
no.
That's
That's his
not,
opinion.
yeah.
That's what he
It
feels.
depends.
That's what he.
Yeah,
That's
in
what he
parallel with
feels.
performance
Go on,
again,
Doc.
in the sense again,
Yeah.
you look at performance, then you look at how much time you need to give the manager. Maybe I can. English is not my first language. Maybe that doesn't
I
come
understand what you're
across.
saying, Coach. It's
Thank
okay.
you.
I understand
So
that.
again, let me say in line with with if parallel doesn't work, maybe in line with what do I call it? In line with performance. Now, how much time is enough time? Bearing that in mind.
Well, we're 4 months in. To think that they spent all that money to parallel performances based off the first 4 months would be very, very wasteful. What do you think of owners? So I believe that the minimum they're probably giving him at the end of the season, where they'll probably pull the plug if it looks very, 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 very bad. And I'm not talking us not making Champions League. I don't think they even expected that. I don't think they even want that from him. That'll be an overachievement. Yes, they want that, but I don't think that was their expectancy. Like, yo, we want you to get Champions League football, Graham Potter. That's why we are bringing you from Brighton to Chelsea. No. That's not the expectancy. Obviously, the expectancy is to create a whole new brand of this ideology that they can move forward with this new Chelsea, new branding, new ideology, new philosophy. Yes, we're taking our old personnel, breeding in new personnel. They are foreseeing that this is going to take considerable amount of time. So I believe they've given him probably till the end of next season. They will assess it at the end of next season. Okay, depending on how situations fall. If the situation falls where it's fallen, then it may be a crisis meal. And I'm talking, I don't know, sitting second from bottom spot by May, which obviously will not happen. I don't believe he hasn't got his quality will not even get him there. Like it will turn around. I believe our situation is just a lot of unluckiness on the pitch, and then we get countered by a loss. It's been a 1-0 loss there, 1-0 loss there. It's not been like a 4-0 hammering or a 5-0 hammering. It's not been like, oh my God, what are you doing? It's just been like, oh my God, you lost to this after doing this. Oh my God, you lost to this after doing this. So it's not as reactionary from the board as what I would be expecting. No. It's not like a hammering. It's not like when Brighton went to Old Trafford and smacked them 4-0. If Southampton had did that, God Lord, then probably there will be more of a situation to ask about that happened at Dortmund, but that's not the case. And obviously, because of the fact we haven't been winning games, it adds a more compelling situation. No win 15, 0 goals scored, XGA this, X all of that. That's irrelevant to the board, I believe. I believe if they understand the noise is going to be brewing, but it's to stick close in this tough period. And this is where you really need your people then, man. And I know when it's hard, you know, and I understand when things are hard, you need support. And I swear down, I'm with Potter. I'm with Potter to support him. Cause it's not easy, and I know he's not gonna be. He ain't got the experience. He hasn't got the tactical nous to do a innovative formation like Klopp or Pep Guardiola. He hasn't got that, and he's managing a big fish like us. So I need to support him more. That's all I'm got to say. But I ain't got.
Like
no
I said
excuses.
again, I'm amazed at and I'll come back to you with another question.
Yeah,
Bobby, you wanted to say something. Something IBZ. You said you picked out as a mistake. Can you comment on that? And Roger, I have a question for you with regards as in time being measured in line with performance. I think I need your response why you think that shouldn't be the case or why you think it shouldn't be. But that's by the way, I'll come to you later. But Bobby, your response, and Phil, I'll come to you in a bit once Bobby gives his response to IBZ.
You know, there's always this temptation to recoil into this fantasy world of idealism that doesn't exist. Football is a especially at this level, is a highly competitive sport. It's brutal financially and in terms of the need for results. Time waits for nobody. It doesn't. At the very top level, you don't have time. If you want time, go manage Brighton or someone like that. You know, you don't have that time. You have some time to settle in, but you don't have these copious amounts of time to sit back and watch the top spots vanish from before your eyes. Look, every other club is hunting for what you want. They are now becoming more and more financially powerful. We're hearing of the takeover for Man United, bringing in huge funds to the funds they already have. I mean, they're not short of a bob or two. Liverpool soon will probably take change. Who knows what will happen with Tottenham? There is this constant high level competition. There is no time for people that want to take time. They will be crushed. And there's a level of time you will take that you will never catch up again. You can't afford to be outside the top four for more than a season, if at all. Ask Liverpool, there was a time they were outside of it, they couldn't get back for years. Same with Arsenal, and they had to invest heavily in the squad in order to be able to do that, and they were lucky to have someone like Klopp. So I don't buy this time argument. You know, time is relative. How much time? Years? No, that can't work. You need someone with a little bit of know-how to be, who will also need a little bit of time, used to the club, used to the environment, used to the league. Of course, that's only normal. But if you're looking for years and years and years to even start to show signs that you can compete at the top level, that shows you're not the person for the job. It's
No
sad.
way.
I don't like having to
Months.
look at it
We're
this
only in
way.
February.
Yeah, let him
It
drop IVZ.
doesn't matter. I don't like having to look at it this way. As I said earlier, we are looking for signs from this guy. The biggest indictment to him comes from the corner kicks. If your team cannot take corner kicks, there is a big problem. There's a lot to sit down and talk about with him. And indeed, whether he likes it or not, even whether the ownership like it or not, he has just these 3 games to win over the Chelsea fans. Because if there's one set of people that will get him out of the job, it will be the fans. The fans have already started booing, which is a bad sign at Chelsea. If they keep on booing, the owners who have their first allegiance to the fans will act. Period. That's just reality. So we don't have to live in this sort of romanticized attitude of this, that, and the other, picking daisies in the field and all that. Football is brutal. Life is brutal. You have to be tough mentally and certainly in football, physically on the pitch. That's what it's all about. All that la-di-da stuff and pandering to the opposition media who keep coating this blanket of, oh, he needs time, just like Pep Guardiola tells you, oh, give him time while he's bashing you up 4-0, 5-0. I mean, come on, you've got to be mentally strong. I believe that he has had time. Now he's got to show us signs. This is also part of the time that's being given to him. But I'm telling you, these next 3 games, if he doesn't win over the fans by showing them signs and starting to do the basics like taking corners correctly, it will be the fans that will kick him out, not the owners.
You think he'll resign? Do you have faith?
No,
in
he will
him
not
over
resign. Who
do you
does
have
that?
faith-
If he gets fired, he
Yeah.
gets a lot. If he resigns, he
Yeah.
loses a lot.
The fans will
I don't
force
even-
the owners to fire him by being disgruntled. Which
Go ahead,
ownership
IBZ, you
wants
wanted
I had
disgruntled fans?
do you have faith in him in the next game?
No, that's just the honest truth. I have hope in him, but I don't
You
have
don't have
faith.
hope and faith. I thought they were the same. Oh, okay.
Well,
Yeah.
they can be different.
The English class comes in. It's
They can be different.
Okay, so you
You know,
don't
hope
over the next
is
3
a
games.
wish.
You hope
Faith
he does well, but you
faith
don't have faith.
is an assurance.
Yeah, I heard.
Yeah,
I heard
faith
I
again.
heard
You
that.
believe he can do it. He was
Exactly.
definitely
that.
going to
The
win it.
belief. That's
Again,
the
I
right
believe
word.
everyone is. I think everyone's gonna be, split on this. So I can't counter anyone. I
Look,
can only say
no,
I can't. You know what I mean?
IBZ, let me
That's
tell
all.
you something, right? I'm one person that I delight in being wrong if it's for the right reason. I look at Thiago Silva as an example. When we were going for Thiago Silva, I kicked off something rotten. What are we doing with a 36-year-old geezer? Chelsea and buying over the Hills players. if you check any platform I went to, I was against this guy. Then he put on the Chelsea shirt like everybody else. I supported him. The first game, I was holding my head in my hands. Oh my God. He hasn't looked back since. And to this day, I will always hold my hands up. I was wrong about this guy. Please, Graham Potter, prove me wrong. I will be the happiest man. Go and rip
That's
up
what I want to
teams
be
with
hearing.
Chelsea.
I don't want us to have this. Oh, he can never do right in a man's eyes. Listen, yo, let's
It's
give
not
people.
IBC, just quickly, so that I can get what we have in the chat and
Yeah,
bring in
I'm
Phil.
done anyway.
I want to
Bobby
say,
answered
do
my
you think
question,
you will
so I'm
ever
done.
see a situation where every fan will be positive? No. It's not going to happen.
Well, if Potter wins games, like Bobby just said, if he wins the next 3 games, everyone's tweets will change, and everyone will start saying Potter in, and everyone you start seeing.
Yeah, but again, they would never, even if that starts happening, some people will still say, no, he's not the man. He's just lucky.
Some will, but the majority will
our
say
fans.
give him time.
Exactly. Majority
games,
will not be positive.
If he's unbeaten from now to the end of the season, including the Champions League final,
well, he becomes a hero immediately.
And you don't, if he wins the Champions League again, a lot more people. You have nearly 90%. Let me just say, I'm pulling that out of my wazoo. By the way, you get nearly 90% saying keep him.
Got a spell and came back real Potter style. Listen, it's all reactionary, but what we do, I just want us to just support, man, because with our support, he can change things around. The same way, like you've alluded to, with our support or with our disgruntlement, the board can they can sack him, right? With our support, I'm sure he can turn things around, man. And I just want us to advocate that. All weekend I've been seeing reasons why we should let him go. I've not seen one reason why we should give him support. And I think we should kind of run that narrative as opposed to the negativity. That's all.
All right, again, Phil, get ready. If you're watching, if you haven't, take a second, drop a like on the stream and subscribe to the channel if you haven't. I'm going to let Phil start speaking immediately because he has waited for a while. Then I'll try to get what we have in the chat. And apologies for those in the chat. Again, I don't mean to leave you guys out of the conversation for a while now. But go ahead, Phil. This is a very deep conversation or debate. So usually, you're following it, you understand what's been going on. Go ahead. I really don't want to forget Roger. He wants to come in as to why he thinks, time and performance shouldn't be measured in line. I know he understood what I meant, but maybe he thinks it shouldn't be that shouldn't be the case. But go ahead, Phil. I'll bring in Roger in a bit.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning to you too. I hope you're
it's
doing
been
well.
a nice,
Still morning for me.
It's been a nice conversation out here. In fact, I was enjoying the conversation, and to the extent that I was like, maybe I should just wait. But I have 2 cents to add to this conversation, and one of the 2 cents
is a lot of money.
Yeah, one of the things is that we are all adults, and we know when we go out to apply for a job, or if you have been hiring people for jobs, you know that there are some qualities that you need for somebody to succeed if you want to hire somebody. And if you don't see those qualities, we don't tend to hire such individuals. For Potter, I've took my time out. I did a lot of research about him, apart from his statistics about his job. I watch other managers that have succeeded and some of them that have failed. For those managers that have failed, they all have the same constant. They have this attitude of lack of charisma, inability to express themselves, inability to tell player to show some sign at the edge of the pitch. You will see all these managers that fail, they have the same traits in them. Potter doesn't have that trait, and it's a lack of confidence. He cannot come on the side of the line to tell players, show them tactics that they need to follow, change things out from the sideline. Players need a manager from the sideline to encourage them. This guy cannot encourage a player or motivate them. I've seen that in Lampard, and that is why he keeps failing. I've seen that in a whole lot of managers.
If I may ask Phil quickly, as you're at the point of encouraging players, what did you see that make you come to that conclusion?
We all can see that. If you look at him on the page, I sent you a picture on your Twitter message.
Yeah, well, go ahead. Yeah, go. You're talking to the audience now. Go ahead. I remember the picture. I just want you to elaborate.
A manager will stand on the sideline, putting his hand behind him, watching player making mistakes, and you are not able to let them know, no, don't do it this way, do it this way, do it that way. If you see a manager that cannot come out on the sideline and tell player make mistakes, you should be able to stand on the sideline and tell them. There's a reason why they put a line there for you to stand there, because they know when you get agitated, you can even run out of the line. They caution you to stay on the line. I've been there before. I've played soccer before. I know some players need a manager to keep talking to them and tell them what to do. In case of Potter, you see him standing there. He doesn't even know what to tell them. That's how bad it is. He does not know what to tell them, how to change the tactics on the sideline. I see what Bobby was saying. Bobby talking about time. This guy cannot get, no matter how many times you give this guy, he cannot motivate a top-level team. He cannot motivate a top-level team. You can say, oh, okay, give Potter time. Potter cannot motivate a top-level team. He does not have the characteristics to do that. It's like hiring somebody, like somebody said, you're hiring a taxi driver to man a airplane. It's not going to work. He needs to, first of all, learn how to do this thing on himself, how to work on himself to be able to, impact other players. If you cannot do that, you can't impact these players. They are top players. And another mistake that I see in Chelsea is this: we have too many young players. Young players are good, but when you have all these young players that they all trying to get their feet into Premier League, and you expect them to perform immediately, it's going to be very difficult. We should have maybe 2 at a time, 3 at a time to put young players in the team. You talk about Pep. When they buy players, they buy people when they are their prime. They bought players during their prime. They put young players, maybe 2, 3 young players with in addition with the player in their prime. So Chelsea, there's a lot of problems going on.
Let me interject, but we have a lot of old players as well. And all these 24-year-olds, they're not exactly young.
Some of them are not. The problem is that some of them are not playing. I'm not saying that young players are not good or the way we bought them are not good, but since the old players, they are not playing, and we have tons of young players, you cannot see there's no leadership among them. There's nobody that is holding them like, don't play like this, don't play like this, play like this, play like this. It's not happening among in the team. And finally,
Thiago, Aspi, Koulibaly,
what I want to say finally is this. What I would like to say finally is this, Bobby. You see, if I see a lot of people, supporting Potter, right, and they bringing the issue of Arteta, Pep in their first year. I want you to take your time, look back, and go and watch those games. You can see what they are trying to do. I'm going to use Klopp as an example. When Klopp came to Liverpool, they are scoring machine, but they concede back. They concede. When they score 5 goals, you will be sure that the opponent will score 4 goals. The one that they will lose will be the one that the team also, they play defensive game and they catch them on an attack and they score 1 goal and those people defend. Go back to the first year of Pep. The same thing. You can see what they are trying to do. But during our own time, even when Conte come to Chelsea, you can see when we lost to Arsenal, he changed the team around to defensive team. Go back to Tuchel. Tuchel changed the team around when we lost against West Brom. Potter does not have anything to show since he has been playing, and people keep looking for time for him. There is no matter how many times you give him, there's nothing going to happen. Okay, let's look at the last match. The last match, we keep kicking the ball from the defense to the attack. Then we play slow pace. There is no pattern to it. There's no single pattern. People just play randomly. It's like bringing a bunch of players and they play random, whatever that comes to their mind. There's no, Pep will tell you, I keep doing the same thing, keep doing the same thing, do the same thing, and the result will come. But we switch every second when we try long pass, it's not working. We switch back to slow pace. When we from slow pace, we switch to side and side. It's not going to work like that. You have to keep doing one particular thing until you master it, and then you will get a result. I don't know how to express this. Potter is not the man for this team. He's a bottom half manager. He cannot manage Chelsea. I hope people can understand this.
All right. Thank you so much for that, Roger. Coming back to you. I know you have
God
a lot
bless
to
my brother
to.
Dale. God bless my Niger brother Dale. I'll ring you. God bless you, Dale.
Roger, go ahead, respond. I know you have a lot to respond to, but don't forget my specific question to you.
I have a lot to respond to, and I'll be very brief.
Even though I don't agree with the brother, but big you up, my brother. It was just a breath of fresh air.
Of course, you want to show your brother you recognize he's a brother.
Yeah.
Okay, chat. Okay,
go
chat.
ahead, Roger.
First of all, I believe, was it Phil, the last person that spoke?
Yeah, it was Phil, yeah.
Phil, how do you do? I understand what you're saying, but I just want to throw something out to you. You're talking about
it's not going to hurt him, right?
No, not at all. I'm not like that.
Okay.
Personality trait, okay? Well, I'll give you one. Bob Paisley. He's the first coach to win 3, what they called then European Cups, which is now the UEFA Champions League. It took over 50 or approximately 50 years for the next person to win 3. He was very reserved on the sideline. So when you're saying this personality trait, that's not relevant, with all due respect. Okay. The other thing, quickly, with a beautiful game, you're talking about that analogy with driving down a street in the wrong direction. Well, guess what? You can't turn a car around on a one-way street. Bada bing, bada boom. Okay.
You are serious.
So I took notes. So I just want to say, faith is based on belief. Hope is based on wishful thinking. The two are different completely. So completely wrong. Corners. The last game we played, the corners were horrible. I think Joao Felix took quite a few of the corners. The execution, I've always said this, coaches can't be responsible for an execution if a player misses a penalty, if a player doesn't reach or doesn't pass the first man on a corner. It's that simple. Okay, look at the previous game. All of our 5 corners were exceptional. For the first time this entire year, we had 5 corners against Dortmund that were absolutely world-class corners. Long gone are the days of Willian, who I thought was our best corner taker for many a moon. Okay, so that's all I wanted to say. Talking about your question, Coach, you're talking about time with regards to, what was it? Results?
Time, again, measuring, again, given time. When you talk about giving managers time, it has to be in parallel, or let me say in line with performance.
Performance, yes.
Results.
But you have to understand, it's not a straight line. Okay, it's sinusoidal, meaning it's cyclical, goes up and down. It's like a frequency, a hertz. Okay, so you're never going to see all these results where it's going to be linear. It's not going to be linear at all. You're going to have your ups and downs. So yes, I understand the concept with which you stated that, but you're going to have performances that are inconsistent, especially with youth. You'll look at Man City this year. Was every single game very, shall we say, consistent? No, they have ups and downs. Even the best teams have ups and downs. Even when you're winning a game, sometimes the performance doesn't match the result. In fact, invariably, it very rarely does. So that's what I wanted to say about that. It's like an oscilloscope, Coach.
Let me ask you again, because that's why
I get the context.
I like our conversation here. Let me ask you again.
Roger, you're hired. I would always have you as my defense lawyer anytime, any day.
Your Honor, Bobby did it. He told me.
Roger, here's what I want to ask you. So if you're saying, again, I'm sure you didn't mean, again, a performance, or let me say result, to be more specific. is irrelevant. I'm not sure that's not. I'm sure that's not what you were saying, right?
Yeah, no, actually, yeah. Well, so listen, I'm saying they're not
No,
mutually exclusive, because you could look at the first 10 games. We won X amount of them, 4 or 5 of them, and yet the performances didn't basically reflect that. For instance, I think we were the better team against Dortmund. Did the results show that? No. I keep on mentioning this one game. I saw Liverpool versus Burnley a few years ago. I think it still is the largest statistic with regards to possession, 82%. They only had 2 shots on target, Burnley, and they won 2-0. And Liverpool dominated the whole game. They just couldn't put the ball in the back of the net. Absolutely, it's one of the most one-sided games I've ever seen.
Okay, here's the point I wanted to make.
That's not always the case. This is a sport. It's not like the NFL, where you'll see 1 or 2 games every decade, not every year, every decade, that when you have the statistics to show that you dominated the game, that is like 98, 99% the case, that dominant team wins. They never lose because of, it's just the nature of the game. It's impossible to do that. But football, soccer, this is very much the case. And my cousin reminds me
correctly today, soccer.
No, I know. This is why my cousin reminds me why people love the sport. That's one of the main reasons.
Coach, can I respond to Rogers, please?
Of course.
Yeah, go ahead if you have a response for him. I wanted to ask him a question, but go ahead.
Okay, so I know you said trade does not have anything to do with this beautiful game. I'm going to let you understand that there's a lot of traits. There are some traits that you need in a player before they can succeed. For example, one of those traits, you have to be a perfectionist, you have to be resolute, you have to be professional, you have to be highly spirited, you have to be very ambitious.
Determined, motivated. Yes, you can say that about every walk of profession, though.
Yeah, I understood that. But see, you mentioned, and let me tell you this, right? This trait cannot be judged by your look, the way you look. You cannot judge people like that because you mentioned a manager that won treble because he has this look on his face.
I didn't say look. I did not say look. I said
you said
trait.
Yeah, you said
you're misquoting him.
You're talking about he's quite.
So I used it in the context. Yes, I took it in the context with which you used it. You stated that he doesn't have that trait. He's not animated. He's not. Shall we say rambunctious? He's more reserved, and you don't believe that that's a trait that is analogous with winning. That's basically in a nutshell what you said, and I refuted that by stating and giving a very good example at the highest level of a coach that I don't know whether you're familiar with, but Bob Paisley didn't exhibit these traits, so I refuted your conjecture. That's all I did.
So when you said it does not, the guy does not show those traits that I mentioned.
Affirmative.
For him, if he's not showing it that you can see, it does not mean that he doesn't have it.
Okay, then I don't know what to tell you.
That does not mean that he doesn't have it. But the fact is that.
But we're talking about on the sideline. We're talking about on the sideline. And this is what
touchline behavior.
Yeah, so touchline. So you take now. Because I've refuted it, and I would contest modestly, successfully. Now you want to bring it out of context. It's up to you. I respect your input, but I just don't agree with it. Perhaps this is the modern day, shall we say, the modern day evolution of a coach, perhaps. And don't forget, there's
and I think that's what it is, actually, Roger. I haven't thought about that, but I think that's what it's become.
And an influx of overseas cultures also. You've got South American, you've got European, there's a myriad of different personality traits. And there are some people, regardless of their nationality, but I would say, and I'm generalizing, which is rude, but South Americans are far more passionate. They're far more, explicit in the way how they gesture, etc.
As you see a lot of success coming from that area. Yeah. I'm happy that you mentioned it. That South Americans, they have these traits that help them, in sport, and hence they have all this success. I'm going to point out there's a comment from Jose Mourinho about one particular player that said, if you want, if you this player, I can give my daughter to him. He's going to be a good husband, but when you're on the pitch, he's a gentle guy. You cannot be a very quiet guy, of not aggressive, and you want to play in the defense. You will still be making a lot of mistakes. There are some traits that you need as a defender. It's different from you being a striker. CR7 has this overly ambitious mentality.
Yes.
That is what helping. And same thing to Messi.
Highly motivated.
Yes, look at Hazard. Hazard is very good, and even he said it by himself. He doesn't have that mentality in him, and hence where he is today.
Yes.
If you have managers that cannot show all these traits, no matter what you give to them, they cannot be highly successful. Look at the highly successful managers in this modern day soccer. You will see them; they are highly motivated manager. They are perfectionists. Whatever pattern that they are trying to play, they stick to it and they master it.
Sure,
they master that particular style.
Some of them go over the fine line, shall we say. Like, I don't want my coach, as a Chelsea fan, berating the sideline official. I actually did like the response with which Potter gave in a conference where he said, I believe this is how I would like to conduct myself. And he expressed to the extent that it was for himself, not for anybody else. In other words, he's not critiquing other people. So he believes this is the way with which he shall be perceived. Because in the grassroots in Britain, there's a lot of abuse from coaches to the referees. In fact,
leave them. With that same choke, they wanted to shout at the lino when he gives an offside, get in the air so he rile up the fans.
Hold on.
When he gets a free match ban on the touchline, we don't have a gaffer on the side.
I'm easy, let him drop. Let Roger drop.
That's what they want.
So what's happening is that I think now they're talking about giving them body cameras, the referees and the sideline officials. So because it's become, they've had death threats and so forth. So I think because of this is becoming the limelight now, I think Potter's maybe he wants to set an example, because of the fact perhaps he's even English, because he wants to do that. He wants to lead by example.
Roger, just
and he alluded to that.
Sorry, mate. Sorry,
and he alluded to that.
Just to add it to it. But exactly, listen, it's no try. Listen, with the same media. I couldn't even believe the question they asked him before the Dortmund game. What makes you angry? Like, are you absolutely? What do you take before you leave your house in the morning? What human don't get angry, bro? What human don't get angry? Like, to say he don't get angry, say that from where he's come to now. What coach? Who don't get angry? And it was so disingenuous. And I think it's a media trope, because it will be the same media trope that will get onto him if he was, I don't know, sidelined for 3 games for being irate in the Lionel's face like Klopp was after offside decision. Also, you know what I mean? Or I don't know, Arteta's antics to the referee when he was mimicking the referee when he said time's still going on. Like, imagine Potter done that and the referee sent him to the stands. What would be the narrative there?
So how many red cards has Arteta got? How many red cards has the club got?
No. It's until he gets a red card before you know that, oh yeah, you're a bit borderline.
No, I'm asking you. Arteta is very show all these antics on the sideline. Pep and Klopp, all of them. How many red cards have they gotten?
But I'll argue that's Arteta's demeanor. That's him. That he's a Spanish European. They're a bit more passionate than the English. The English ain't really going to do. They're not really going to do that on the touchline.
Wait.
Here's something I want to say quickly.
You're talking about red card. How many red cards have they gotten? Those people that you mentioned, have they been sidelined with red cards? How many red cards have they gotten?
You don't need to be sidelined. You could be reprimanded by the FA for a breach. You could be your lack of leadership on the pitch, not being able to conduct yourself emotionally. Yes, we know it's a high octane energy demographic where we are. Fans on your back, the high pace of the game, but to not hold yourself into a demeanor of calmness you'll be reprimanded for that, bro. Here's the thing I want to say quickly.
Hold on, Phil. You need to be a swimmer manager.
Hold on, let me say this. I've been one of those that have argued, if you look at again the modern managers, the most successful of them are usually very vocal on the touchline. But I've moved beyond that. The fact remains, I'm sure when we were winning games, because a lot of people didn't even, again, a lot of people, even those that were, again, the most vocal, again, in the campaign to get Potter out, were then those that were clamoring, that were yelling, that were screaming, that were on social media promoting Potterball, saying Potterball has arrived. So at least I've seen some people saying, at least you see people again play football the way they want to, again, they were enjoying themselves playing football and all that. This is different. Oh, the final we're there. A lot of them right now, I want to, again, I told you I was, again, at the time I became guilty. I was one of those guilty of complaining about his touchline behavior, but I've moved beyond that. A lot of them at that point, I'm sure, at that time, weren't saying anything about his touchline behavior until we'll start again. Things started going downhill. That's when people, you see a lot of them turn against him. Even his biggest fans turn against him, started complaining about his touchline behavior. That's really the least of my concern. His touchline behavior is really the least of my concern. If we can coach them very well on the training ground, get them playing well during the matches, and we're winning game, I'm sure nobody will be talking about his behavior on the touchline.
Exactly. My only input about behavior is if a coach goes too far and berates the officials and degrades them and is abusive. Other than that, if a coach is respectful but yet animated, I have no problem. Or if he's timid, or reserved, I have no problem. But you can't cross a fine line. And I think today we're seeing that fine line being crossed too often. That's my only observation. Other than that, I don't believe his demeanor should be critiqued at all unless he crosses that fine line.
That's the list of my concerns, really.
Exactly, sir. Exactly.
Coach,
Yeah.
can I say something just to regarding Potter's demeanor and stuff?
Go ahead. Go ahead. Again, if you don't mind, if you can keep it short, I want to catch up with the chat. I haven't given them audience, and that's not the way we roll here. But go ahead.
The thing is that for me, these two factors are closely interlinked. So you can't judge the performances alone and the demeanor alone. So
just quickly, because as you talk, I will be highlighting comment. Just quickly, I hear you singing Sophia Talks Football on the screen. A good friend of mine, one of the first guests on Soccer Perspective, that's the sister channel. Again, I think she streams every day right now, and she covers every football club. She's a Manchester United fan, but she covers every other, again, football news and transfer news and everything. And go check out her YouTube channel. An excellent individual as an individual, and also she understands football quite well. Please go support her. Go ahead. Sorry, Helgi, and we have Bob Rigo in the house, but I'll bring in Bob Rigo soon. Go ahead.
So for me, it's not a superficial thing. So it's about interpretation, and that's why I brought Carlos' example. So Carlo was serene. I have always also read his autobiographies, and he talks about quiet leadership. It's another thing being serene and secure because it positively transpires into the team. I feel that Potter is insecure, and that's the difference. It's not about the superficial thing. I don't necessarily.
Let him drop. Let him drop. If you want a counter argument, you can get a chance to. Let him drop.
How do you deduce that?
Yes, can I say this quickly? IBZ, if we listen to him, we're not going to get his point. Let's let him drop, and you can comment.
He dropped it earlier on before I said a breath of fresh air. He said it earlier on, and he's saying it again, and I want to interject on it. When you say insecure, how can you determine a whole man you've never met? You don't know.
But I don't need to meet him. You haven't met it either.
Helgi, hold on. Let's just be civil here. Go ahead, IBC. Helgi, I'll come back to you. Hold on, please be patient.
Not even 26. This is what I said earlier on. Let's be realistic. Let's be real to ourselves. Yeah, we're football fans. What do we do in our lives? I don't know, but if it holds any significance to what these managers do, you cast the first stone. And I ask you now, Helgi, can you command a room of 6 to 10 individuals, not 33, 6 to 10 individuals, you give an instruction and they do what you say? Can you do that? If you cannot do that, how can you determine a man is insecure? What are you saying? Kill on Sol and like,
actually,
what are we saying?
I'm not a football
Okay,
manager.
IBC,
He has
let's
taken
let
that
him
You're not a football
responsibility.
manager.
Yeah, but
That's what we're now saying.
it's
hold on,
it's
hold on,
man.
IBC. Again, Helgi, you go ahead. Drop.
I know I'm vexed.
okay.
I'm not
Listen,
if you vex,
it's all
but I beg,
it's all
control
about
yourself, I beg.
it's all about perspectives. For me, the thing is that football at the highest level needs another kind of profile, not about necessarily being animated on the touchline. And I listened to your argument about us supporting him and giving him time, and I respect that, because not necessarily agreeing with that. The thing is that we as fans are here and are having this debate because we are also here just to praise the things that we think that are right and to criticize things that are wrong. If it was a case of us being consumers, and you say, then we wouldn't be having this debate today. We are here to criticize things that are wrong, and this kind of us trying to feel sorry about Potter, I don't get that. Maybe on a human level it makes sense, but in a professional level, he gets 12 million pounds a year, and the thing is that he has got this job.
Critique me on my insecurities. What are you talking about? To critique him professionally.
I talked. Listen, he lost the first game. Why didn't he double down on what he initially said?
Can we let him drop? I'm trying to get his point. I don't understand his point yet. Let him drop.
Can he manage a Premier League team if he's insecure? Let's make sense, man.
Yeah, okay, sense to you or not? Just let him drop, please. Go ahead.
Why did Erik ten Hag motivate the players from the outset, despite inheriting tons of problems at Man United? Why is he so secure and so assertive in what he says, and this is being reflected on the pitch? He has 6 months in the job, or a bit more, and he is doing all that. He has a team full of problems, with controversy regarding the owners, with players with egos, a rotten wage structure, 5 years without a trophy, international fan base, fan protests time after time getting ignited, and still he has them in a cup final 5 points behind the top of the table. Why didn't Man United accommodate to him? Why should we accommodate to Potter? He's the coach of Chelsea Football Club. So I don't get that. A manager is secure because it transpires at security. It's very easy to see.
Your choice of
words
it's
why if you see the table.
Hold on. People are listening to us, and if we talk over each other, our argument won't make any sort of sense. We're here to have a debate. You have your opinion, I have my opinion. IBC has his. Helgi has his opinion. Potter's lawyer Roger has his. Bobby has his. We all individually have our opinion. Nobody again. So there's something to learn, but we have to listen to each other. That's my point. Please let him drop. Go ahead, Helgi.
Yeah, that's the thing. So I totally respect the opposite opinions to mine. This is not my problem. I'm not trying to impose my opinion on anybody. I'm just saying that from my point of view, the logic of us accepting everything that is served to us is not right. And Potter's insecurity, for me, stems from the fact that he hasn't doubled down on the fact that when he got the job, he admitted that he has moved higher in the football hierarchy. It was only one loss, and he backtracked. And even when he has been asked, he has said that it's a test for me. You know, this is an environment. That's why football works in habitats. You coach a big team, you coach a mid-table team. I don't believe in the concept of having radically good or radically bad managers. No one is taking away from him what he did at Östersund and at Brighton. But this is a different environment. It's a different world. It's about adaptation. I'm not saying that if he goes after us at the top, at the mid-table club, he'll do bad there. But this is another. Why doesn't Erik ten Hag mention his job at Ajax? Because he's winning people's hearts solely on what he's doing at United. Potter is mentioning every time what he was doing at Brighton, even after the money has been spent for him. This is insecurity. That's clear. He should have been, as Bobby said, we should have seen signs so far and I fall into that category of fans that I'm usually very passionate with managers. but I can't do it for the sake of it, because it has to be something that we have to rely on. This guy has done this, not just the formal aspect. I know that he has a long-term contract. They trusted him 5 years and stuff. We need practical signs. He hasn't given any. Why doesn't?
Can I just say something very briefly?
Yeah, he's dropping. Again, Helgi, I think you've made your point, and I think we're all on the same point. And please, if you're on the panel, it's not a fight; it's a debate.
Yeah, I'm aware of
it.
Can I just say something very briefly, guys? Go
ahead, Roger. Go ahead. Roger, by the way, you're on OG here. You can always interject. If need be, I'll ask you to wait. That is, if the person speaking doesn't give you the space to interject, then I'll ask you to wait. Respectfully.
We don't know whether he's insecure or secure. You may very well be right. However, I just want to say one thing. Unless, with all due respect, you're a clinical psychologist and you have indeed studied the person one-on-one, you cannot ascertain that, because whenever you see on television when a psychologist is being interviewed, they will always state, I cannot give a clinical or professional opinion unless I've been one-on-one with the person. Irrefutably, they will always say that. So you are basically...
Roger, for once, I can agree with you for referencing somebody. Once...
The gods, they bleed.
Go ahead, Roger, please.
You are right to have your opinion. I respect your opinion, so I truly do. But to state that he's insecure without being professionally trained and being a clinical psychologist and then actually asking him questions to ascertain that, you are not qualified to give that opinion. And I mean this.
I'm not saying I'm qualified. I'm just here to give my take.
Helgi, you're done. Helgi, let him speak. That's why we're here. It's not a
fight. Okay, fine. Okay.
I'm just saying you're entitled to opinion.
Go ahead, Roger.
But it's not based on any factual data.
It is. It
no,
is.
Okay,
it is.
Let him finish. Let him finish. Helgi, let him finish.
Then if you believe that, then you know what why don't you study clinical psychology? Because
that's what I'm saying. I don't want to fight. I apologize.
It's an observation. It's not a fact.
I apologize if I came out a bit bad. It was just a choice of words there. Graham Potter is insecure. Like, do we know him from Adam to start judging him personal? Like, are we taking this personal? Like, do you know him? Is he pissing you off that much for you to call him an insecure man?
Perceive
like, really?
No, it's not.
Really?
There's something to learn here. Helgi, let's pay attention. I think using the word insecure may have been, a bit. You get the idea.
But it's about interpretation. They are interpreting it in a human level. I'm speaking professionally insecure.
All right, go ahead.
Professionally, okay, I could understand when you make the comparison to Ten Hag and him. Number one, him and Ten Hag are two different individuals. Ten Hag.
I'm not studying them as humans. That's
no. I'm studying them professionally, bro. You just did that, bro. So I'm saying two different individuals. One's a serial winner. One's just starting his.
Why Potter coaches Chelsea then?
One will command.
We need serial winners.
Let's suppose that one. Helgi, he's talking.
The owner sacked the manager that you guys wanted to stay and I wanted to stay, and brought in another individual. Now, whether or not I liked it, I support it because that's the only direction I go with. You feel me? So I cannot care less if he doesn't have the experience as Ten Hag.
But it's not. Otherwise, we wouldn't have a debate.
I have to support.
All right.
We are here to question things in a critical manner.
Exactly. No. But again, and I'm for it, and I've been hearing everybody. Even my Niger brother there, he was saying his demeanor on the touchline, what have you. But what triggered me was when I perceived the fact that you were going personal on the individual, saying he's an insecure guy, like he don't.
No. It's not personal. It's all about what I have seen since he was appointed. I have no problem with him. I even said he did a good job at Brighton. If it was a problem on individual basis, I would have talked in another sense.
I apologize to you when I said, because when I asked you a question, I said you personally.
No problem. You haven't offended me. No problem. Just to be clear.
That's why I want to make sure, just to be clear. So on your comparison with Ten Hag is different to Graham Potter. Number one, Ten Hag had a full preseason. He got the situation.
Don't give me that.
No. I can't.
Rodrigo. You're Potter out. When Potter does well, Rodrigo, you're gonna change your title. You're gonna love him because I know you, bro. Don't worry. Potter's gonna change your hearts very, very soon. Keep trying.
If he does,
I'm saying,
I will be. If he does, I will be the first to admit I'm wrong. I'm not ashamed with that.
Yeah, but
All
right. I think we should move on. We have a Bobrigo in the house. I get the argument. Here's the thing: if you want to talk about how the words you use is open to interpretation, and somebody can hear it and stretch it to the length. Again, you're talking about. Again, you're talking beyond football. Actually, insecurity can, there's a way people see it when you talk about somebody being insecure. To me, I didn't take it to that length, but the truth remains that the word insecure. You left it open for interpretation. I don't blame anybody, but we're here to debate and quite a lot to learn from everybody. Bobrigo, if you don't mind, can you give me just a minute to read it?
No worries.
I haven't again for almost an hour now. Roger is giving excuses about again corners and pens. Again, in this case, no manager is going to be sacked for bad result. I suppose. Did Roger give excuses about corners? I don't think so. I think it was Bobby that mentioned corner kicks and all that. Apparently, Chelsea is having a management review meeting. Again, for those who are based in London, is that true? And Choma, by the way, can big up to you, the queen of the house. I appreciate you finding time to join the show.
Send me an invite for that meeting.
We simply can amortize our winner to 6 years. Wow. Again, start partying FC. Let's see, again, Potter in, trust the process. I'm sure you're not a Chelsea fan. Again, mediocrity FC. Okay, that's the negativity there is huge. Potter needs again a better staff. Okay, is that what you think? He leads them, so I don't think his staff is the issue. Potter is totally out of his depth. I am a Brighton fan, and this guy has no charisma. Again, we couldn't score, but again, played a nice football, which kept us happy. Wow, that's deep. I'm getting again a feedback from somebody that I'm not sure who. Didn't Chelsea hire a mentality coach? Maybe he hasn't started work. Or maybe our problem is beyond again our mentality. I don't know. Chelsea should hire a secondary tactician to help Potter. Okay, again, the mentality coach, the army training, the border football. Okay, you mean they don't see us? I'm getting feedback from somebody, and it can irritate those that are listening. Coach, please again ask Roger how far Chelsea will have to plummet before he's Potter out. Well, first of all, Roger is Potter's lawyer, and I like him playing the devil's advocate here. It makes us argue from an intellectual perspective, if that makes sense. Because no matter how you see Roger's argument, and in most 99.9% of the time, he's objective. I'm not going to do what he did to me, which basically means I've been talking crap all this while until we had Max on the panel. But the truth remains, whatever perspective he comes from, it triggers others. It makes us think. We don't just throw our opinions at you. We think before we come. So you listen to everything we talk about, then you put 2 and 2 together and come to a sensible conclusion. So everybody here, everybody's opinion matter. IBC is the only concern for me. He's too Chelsea that sometimes, again, being objective is not his thing. He just wants Chelsea to do well. But that's not saying, again, he has solid points 99.9% of the time, but everybody complements each other, and that's why we always have an excellent show, delicious show if you prefer. Yes, again, they did hire the best mentality coach around. Has he started work? I don't know. If players don't do their duty, well, again, it's on the coach to make them improve. So you can say it's not coach. It's not. So you cannot say it's not the coach's fault. He cannot take out the best from the squad. So again, he has to. Okay, he has to go again. What's the point of the coach? I don't know. Again, we have used the same formation the last 4 games. Do we need to change? The formation is the least of my problems, really. If I'm being honest, I wonder if that works. Again, okay. Let's see what else we have. He can Bali turned up, thinking he can teach these backward Europeans something about data. Then 7 months later, we are fighting a relegation. Get out of our club. It sounds easy, but it's never going to happen. Roger, I must admit, your waffle manufacturing plant. Why did I
Al,
read that? Roger is my friend, and I don't want to
Al,
fight with him. Again, we now have the Zervi, which has been a massive upgrade. Trust me. Some people
Yeah,
think that. Again, he has given Potter basically every tool. I think they can argue that by now. So I'm going to stop, and for a while, I'll try to get your subsequent contributions. But I want to go straight to Bobrigo. Again, Rodrigo, it's not my fault. Somebody started calling you Bobrigo, and you didn't
That's all.
complain. So again, Bobrigo, your thoughts on again? Oh, let me just start. I don't want to drag you to a particular direction. I want you to come up. What do you think is the
Oh yeah.
problem with our team right now? Why are we not seeing results?
The biggest issue we have is the manager. That is the biggest issue. I wanted him
bang
gone.
on.
I wanted him gone before the transfer window. I was worried we're gonna waste money on this manager. He hasn't moved me at all. The moment he walked through the door, I knew we're in trouble. We because the mentality he's gonna bring to this club. I think Elgi's assessment was correct. Maybe I don't know. I wanted to use but worse word than what he did, so now I'm a bit. I'm scared. I'm not gonna use the word that I had in mind. I think this guy is like a fish out of water. He needs to go. He has to go. I'm losing that motivation that on a Saturday you're like, oh, I'm looking forward to a Chelsea game. I'm losing that. I'm not even interested. I'm not interested at all. I don't even care about results. I don't
So
care about
you just haven't told us why you don't think it's the game, because you just told us you're losing.
Okay. Let's go. Let's
Yeah,
go.
yeah. I want you to elaborate.
Yeah. So I'll start with tactically. This manager is clueless. When he started, right? He started. I always say you need to stick because you're a new manager in. You can do your chop and change in after. You need to stick. You need to create a structure where the players can understand what you want from them. People were using excuse how the players are not good enough, but he kept one week he'll play 3-4-3, the week after he'll play 3-5-2, and then he'll probably play 4-2-3-1. He's made something like over 60 different changes to the lineup. He keep doing that. Yeah, fair enough. They'll say, "Oh, we had injuries." That was one big excuse people used to use for that. Some of the games that we lost, you don't need a full set of players for me to see the blueprint. Because if you have the template, you're like, right, this is what I want to achieve at Chelsea. Because you've been given the key to the mansion. You can do whatever you want. At the beginning of his tenure, when I used to watch him, I used to watch Chelsea. I'm like, first of all, we're losing. The one thing that it could have kept from Tuchel was the intensity, of which we're winning the ball back, because the players already had that from the previous manager. Just keep that, improve on that. No, he decided to play at this weird mix of mid-block football, low block. It just doesn't make sense. The up pressing structure doesn't look coherent. I watched on Saturday, for example, in the Southampton game. I see it was Kovacic going to press on a one-man pressing mission. Obviously, he's going to get bypassed. You got the full-backs of Southampton can easily get the ball from the goalkeeper and bypass any sort of like is that the pressing looks just like the coach, very timid. Like we don't. He's in two minds. Does he want to play low block, there mid block, or does he want to? He doesn't look great tactically. And then when it came to substitution, using players, there was a period of time everyone was crying. Can you please drop Mount and Kai Havertz? Do you know what he does? He always drop one. He would never drop both of them in every single lineup. And at the weekend, I just looked there and said, how are you gonna play? The best player on the pitch in our first half was Datri Fofana. The kid was playing amazing as a centre forward. And then I think in around the 30th minute, he decided to move Fofana on the left wing. I don't know what Mount was doing. And I saw Mount, at one point I saw Mount on the right chasing, I don't know, pressing someone. And the left hand side was left open. I think that's Fofana probably used his own tactical knowledge. He said, oh, actually, there's space there. Let me go occupy that space. And then second half, he comes in, he takes him off, and what? And play Mount as a false nine. Oh my God, it's just a mess. Just a mess. And his treatment of Aubameyang. I'm now Aubameyang's biggest fan. But Aubameyang is your only number 9. If you go back again, the Aubameyang was on a scoring streak. A striker, when a striker is scoring, they're feeling good about the football. Please don't take him off the lineup. He scored, that run where he scored against Palace, against Milan. It was actually decent, right? He's coming in. That's what striker live for. And then guess what he did? Drop him out the lineup. And then what is he going to do? Full rotation. I think it was the Brentford game. And then what? I don't think he started against United. And then we never see him play on a consistent basis. Those are the things that contributed to me thinking this guy is not it. This guy, and obviously there are things like his demeanor on the touch line. I just, the touch line and the press conferences are the only sort of places where you can build a rapport with the fans. One thing that really annoys me now is the way he talks about fans and the club. He keeps using they. Oh, the fans. He never says my club, my fans, my Chelsea, my team. No, the team. It's like he's distancing himself from Chelsea. This is what I think. He's a mercenary. He's just here to make money. He doesn't care. I think he want to get fired, but obviously the owners are. I don't want to use the word stupid because these people are billionaires. They know more about money than me. So I don't know. I think the owners, obviously, they're very prideful people. They've been successful in their life, so they don't want people to question their decision. So they will stick by him. But the fact
would you say, from what you say, would you say that again, Potter is being defensive?
I don't think it's been anything. I think he just want to get out of this place. But obviously, he want that money. He's not gonna resign. No, he's gonna wait till they fire him so he can get severance payment. Like, how can the coach come out? He's talking about his fans, his Chelsea fans. Oh, the fans. Oh, they. Oh, the. Come on, you're part of Chelsea or not? He doesn't. For me, still doesn't feel like he feels like he's Chelsea. He's the manager of Chelsea. He should be defending Chelsea. But the way he talks. And then that's life. Yeah, right. Yeah, that's life. I know obviously a manager can. I know sometimes protesting doesn't get you anything, but at least like you care. But I think I've had enough. What obviously from tactical point of view, to his behavior on the touchline, to his comments after games, I just had enough. I think every time I watch him, the camera pan to him, I just feel like throwing something on my screen. I think it's best. Obviously, the owners, I don't know what they're thinking. So if their decision is to keep him, so be it. But as a Chelsea fan, I'm losing that passion to watch Chelsea. What I see on the pitch is a disjointed team. I see Enzo Fernandez coming in, playing brilliantly on the left-hand side of midfield. If I was screaming at my screen, put Enzo on the left. Put Enzo on the left. Because if you look at the way Enzo passes the ball, the way his body shape, the way when he switched the play to one side to another, he has to be on the left-hand side of the double pivot if you're going to play him there. Guess what he did? He kept him on the right the whole game, and Enzo was ineffective because he couldn't do the things that he was doing better in the West Ham and the Dortmund game. And I'm just a fan. I'm just like, this might. Can they see it? Do something.
Rodrigo, we need you to support more, bro. We need
I
you to
can't
continue
support this
supporting.
guy.
Yeah, you can.
I can't support.
Now
I
it's the time we need you, my brother. We need you now, bro.
I can't support this guy. I think.
You can't drag him. Let him do
for me, do you know what I want? I want him to prove me wrong. I want this man.
One by one. Again,
Yeah, I want to
Rodrigo, let's hear what IDZ. What did you say?
Your concerns are valid. You know, bro, I can't follow you. What you're saying is I get it. I feel it. But what can we do, bro? We can't shut him out now.
We can protest until he's out this club. He has to.
Rodrigo is spot on.
You got
everybody that
guys.
for everyone. Okay, the next manager. What
God forbid.
I don't.
This
Yes,
happens
fire
again.
him as
Do we-
well.
No,
Yes, until we get it
Rodrigo,
right.
No,
Yes,
no.
keep
That's not
firing them.
sustainable.
Okay,
Under
let's
Abramovich.
here's the thing.
Let me finish what we-
Rodrigo, have you dropped?
No, I want to drop. I want to drop on.
No,
this
let
quick
him
one,
drop. Let
and
him
I'll
drop.
finish.
I just
Okay,
want
don't
to
go too hard.
Under Abramovich, yeah, every manager that we fired, apart from Carlo Ancelotti, deserves to be fired. I don't see under Abramovich, every single manager that got the boot, they deserve it. Apart from Ancelotti, who won us the double and won us
Nah.
I think he won us the FA Cup.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
So
feel you, bro.
I'll finish on this.
That-
Yeah.
Yeah,
You
go on.
guys, we've got supporters came in. He won us 21 points. Tuchel won us what 10 points. And guess what? If you remove Tuchel's point, we would be in a relegation fight. I think you guys are thinking, oh, Chelsea big club. These players have never been in a relegation fight. It takes a different mental strength to fight for your life in that when you get dragged in the relegation. If we carry on this way, in the next, because if you look at the projection, you won 2 in 15. You project in the future,
14.
you win another 2 in the next 15 games, or say let's say you win 5 or the next, and we get dragged down. We in the relegation fight. Listen, we don't know how to fight in those battles. These players are like, they're like, living in. So it's like you take someone, a rich kid that don't know how it is to go 2 or 3
to
days
go to
without
the
eating.
yeah.
And
No,
then you
take a
drag
rich
them
kid to the
there.
slums. You take
Yeah,
a
you
rich
go
kid
in
to
the
the
slums.
ghetto.
Bro,
I get you.
they're
I
gonna
get you. I get
eaten.
you. I
We
get
have
you.
to correct it. I'm
get that. I
thinking.
do hear that.
I can't
I
see
do
our
hear
next
that.
win. I genuinely can't see where we get our next
Rodrigo, we
win.
need you for the next win, though. We need that support for the next win.
We
So, bro,
need
you better
manager out.
get ready, bro.
We need coach. We need to do anything in our power. I think I'm gonna start praying. I don't know. We need to get this guy out.
Okay, if that's what you want, let's see what happens again. The chances are the man stays to the end of the season. That's how even though again,
No, it's
if you
saying
ask me,
the way these people are talking, they want to give him a preseason. That's enough. We're gonna waste.
yeah, exactly, yeah. They want to do that. That's the thing. But that's, by the way, again, if you're watching, if you haven't, take a second, drop a like on the stream. Let's get it to 150 as soon as possible. And also, please do subscribe to the channel if you haven't. And congratulations to us. We keep growing quicker and quicker. We're at 10,124 subscribers. Let's get it to 11,000 as soon as possible. And again, I have something in plan. I want to wait. Again, I started being a content creator. I also, again, I want to be more than just a content creator. I want to, again, so like I say, impact people's life in a positive way, especially students, because I was a student when I came to America, and I know how difficult that can be. So again, I want to be doing something monthly to support the students, especially students in Africa, specifically, if that makes sense. But that's, by the way, we move on. Again, maybe send Porter to LA. Maybe that's where it will work for him. Porter should go and play Hogwarts Legacy. That game, a lot of people talking about that game.
That game, you go land juju on that game. You go land.
Seriously, I go try him. Exactly, Porter just dropped Bamian for no reason. I'm not sure why that happened. Let's see what happens again. I hope Spurs beat us. Wow. Tobago.
I would say that.
That's a 360 turnaround from you.
Can you see the low we have come as a
like from driving the bus of hope.
We hope to lose against the rival.
Wow.
From the manager.
Let me. I'm coming. Roger,
we have come?
Roger, your witness, one of your biggest witnesses have gone rogue. I hope you're seeing that's the Beho. But that's, by the way, I hope. No, I don't hope so. No matter how badly the manager is doing, I still want us to win game. Or if I think the manager isn't doing well, if that makes sense. Again, Rodrigo, preach again. I think it was who started. Somebody in the chat started a rebellion. Again, I'm preaching for Rodrigo to free Rodrigo. I think it was the beautiful game. Potter says all but trains well and in good spirit, but then leaves him out completely. Yeah, I have to say that statement is so confusing to me. Again, as I hate dealing with statistics really in school. Guys, again, why the club didn't train yesterday and today? We get to that in a bit. Potter always talk about Chelsea in third person when interviewed, which further distances himself again from the fans.
Bobby.
maybe he's not paying attention to the language he used. With
No, he's
Lampard
a
again,
smart guy. He knows what he's doing, coach.
That's his personality, I think.
Yeah.
okay. Oh, okay. Again, with Lampard, we high pressed collectively, and again, given this comment here, if you paid attention to my concerns during again the last watch along we did, I was screaming. Again, my biggest concern is our behavior off the ball. We don't press we don't press collectively. We don't press strategically. One man just runs around, and others behind don't even make moves to cut out the passing lanes. And that comes down to the coaching crew. They should be paying attention to that, and again, which means every team can actually have a good game against us because we don't do well off the ball. Again, with Potter, we're just not trying anything for any length of time collectively on the pitch. Two-man pivot again, Midlock getting overrun. I get will by sometimes and shaking my head. I understand that. We're not pressing collectively, and that's concerning to me. Again, Bobrigo, spell it correctly. Somebody changed it to Bobrigo, and he likes it. Bobrigo is so stubborn, spot on. Apart from the Kai and Mount thing, again, but that's his own opinion on those two, and I respect that. I feel like the Roger and Bobby camp, there's a civil war going on there. They don't agree on everything right now. Took good defense at Chelsea with all his energy. Well, do I expect to see that from Graham Potter? No, he's different. I agree. I have my concerns. Rodrigo don't support him. Let's again, Rodrigo, hold your ground, bro. Potter out.
Yeah, I was Potter out in December.
You're starting the good.
I am a witness. Yeah.
Mikael, and big up to everyone in the chat that I haven't said hello to. I know I saw Cobra, I saw Kimso, and the beautiful game. One of those I saw. But that's by the way we move on. Again, quite a lot going on today. I didn't even have to have the time to say hello to people. Managers' body language is not a style point. Okay. Potter does not have the gravitas of an Ancelotti to be pretending that again.
Exactly.
Yeah, that it's life. Okay, let's see. Again, support nonsense. Wow. Yes. Again, the beautiful game starting a revolution there in the chat. But that's by the way, free Rodrigo. He's free. Nobody held him. Not gonna lie, DJ. Again, pretty fed up with this Potter era. And this says again, we need 40 points to survive. And I think we'll get there. I don't fear relegation. That's the least of my concerns. I don't really. The only thing I'm saying is this: if we're not gonna make top 4, I don't want anything Europa League or Europa Conference League. That's how I feel. The FA will never allow us back into the Premier League. No, no cap. I hope we stay. What my argument is that if we eventually didn't make it into top 4 this year, it's gonna be tough to get back in. Newcastle have the money. United are doing well. Arsenal looks like at least they're going to remain in the top 4, but they're going to win. They're not going to win the league. I don't think they will. But let's see what happens. Again, I remember I told you guys that we will fight for relegation. No, I don't believe you.
No.
He was saying the opposite.
Yeah, you can't change your stance right now.
You know what?
Remember, I think he knows what he's doing. There are videos that shows you fighting for Potter. Mikel, again, I'm the same. I have tried to back him again, taking both new players as superstars compared to Brighton, but he's not the answer. A lot of people changing their stance again. Start booing him at the breach. I think that will affect the player.
It has to be done. I think.
It's happening already. I can't stop it.
Yeah, but the thing is, but we have no other choice. Actually, I agree with Rodrigo. We are being forced by the circumstances.
Mm-hmm.
The only bright side, if you can see it that way, is that these owners are so stupid they will double down, and I hope they get us some world-class players.
Okay, so
hopefully not.
Just
Yeah,
one second. The beautiful game is preparing for life in the championship. I'm not going with you. You go alone because I don't think we'll go there. Anything else? Again, I am tired. Again, for real, I cannot see Potter succeeding at Chelsea. I hope he succeeds. Because the truth remains, if he does well, we're doing well. He said again the same thing with Southampton. What else do we have here? Just saying hello to an OG there, Mika. Whenever he's in the house, everybody knows. Again, well respected. His opinions well crafted. Potter is a better coach in Ayumba. Do you guys know Ayumba FC? It's a Nigerian First Division club. Okay. We need to lose again. Our next game. No. I don't
No,
want that
I
to happen.
personally don't have this perspective, but actually think that the Spurs game, despite what it contains, has become extremely trivial considering the bigger picture.
Mhm.
That's the thing. So I don't even if, and I realistically don't think so. We win. I think it's just papering over the cracks at this point.
Yeah, I'm going to bring Bobby in. It's been quiet for a while now. Bobby, anything else you want to talk, or should we go into some of the stuff I want us to look at together? Which is, again, 90% of it has to do with Potter still. Everything coming out from the club, or from the journalists at least, let's put it that way, because we didn't get, if the club really want to talk about him, it'd be on the website. Go ahead.
So the issue of somebody was saying that if we win against Spurs, it'll be papering over the cracks.
Yeah, it's me.
Differ. Potter needs to start winning. The only way he could, even if it's almost an irrelevance, which I don't think it is, but the only way.
Are you still there, Bobby? Can you guys still hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
So
No.
the issues.
No.
Yeah.
The
Yeah, I hear
owners
you.
from the Matt Law article, the owners actually said, "Look, you have these 3 games to convince the fans." That's all. Do you know what? The people aren't really expecting much from Potter. That's why I get bemused by these people saying, "Give him time, give him time." He's had time and he's having time, but he's got to be convincing. And saying, "Oh, he only lost 1-0," that's not the point. The fact is, he lost, and he can't score. And we don't want to be nearly men. This is Chelsea. It's not Brighton. And he needs to show us that he's taken, or at least he's capable of taking that step up from Brighton to Chelsea. That's all. It's not really that big an ask. And that's why he has to win against Spurs. We keep saying this every week and then he doesn't, but he has to, because the more he loses, the more distance he'll make between him and the fans.
No, I just meant that.
Let him drop. Let him drop.
Yes.
IBZ made a very, very important point that I kept forgetting. In his interviews, which I can't stand, I've never seen a manager that I just can't tolerate listening to him. The way, and it suddenly dawned on me partly why. The way he refers to Chelsea always in the third person, as if he's not part of it, or he's just here looking over their thing. It's not we, it's not us. And you don't have to be animated and vocal to show that level of unity and fight within you, that you have a stake in what's going on here. Take ownership of what's happening there. Take ownership of your position. He's not doing that. He's still acting like it's from the outside looking in. It's cold and fans hate it. We don't want that crap. We want somebody to go in the trenches with us. I refer back again. Obi Mikel interview, when he said something that actually it brought goosebumps on me as much as whenever I watch that first Champions League game at the Allianz. He said, "What apart from all the things that used to happen in training," because he was a kid, remember, observing these men doing, plying their trade. He said, apart from all the things that used to happen in training, one thing that always got him and the team was when they looked down the line and they saw John Terry, their captain, their leader, standing in front of them in the tunnel, ready to go onto the pitch. They knew it was time to go to war. That is, he didn't say anything. He just stood there. That is the sort of leadership by example, by demonstration, by ability that people will follow. And people often talk down at Aspie, oh, he's not vocal. That, well, how many of you are going to go and get a kick in the head? This is why he's captain of Chelsea. He puts his head where people fear to put their feet. And this is, this sort of bravery. So, Mr. Potter, apart from winning games, show ownership, show you're part of us. We don't want this distance. If you want to be distant, go back to Brighton. Please, I'm begging you, prove me wrong for everything I've said here today on this platform. And I will love it to come to coach and say, do you know what, mate? I was so wrong about this geezer. He's balling it out or he's ripping up trees.
I'll put my camera on if Potter, if we win a major honor under Potter. I'll come in on here, put my camera on, candles in the background, and apologize. I want that actually.
Yeah, same. But
I would love to be able to say that, but unfortunately, I can't do that.
Just quickly, let me take this comment here from an OG I haven't said hello to, and big up to you. It's kind of nice to see you. I hope work is going well. We understand bills don't pay themselves, but whenever you find time to join, much respect to you. He said, I never thought that Potter was the man, but I understood that we needed a rebuild, and so again, I was ready to give him time. Season is already done. His future will be decided after the Dortmund game. Okay, is that how you think? Who else again? You wanted to say something, Roger?
No.
Okay. You're gonna let us smother your client?
I think
go
I've
ahead.
really upset Roger today.
No, not at all. Not at all, Obi.
No, here's the thing. There's a civil war in your camp, really. If you don't know,
passion for Potter is so admirable.
Listen, Bobby. I'm not Potter in. I'm not Potter out. That's
you're not. Yeah, I know that.
I just believe it. Just let's say Potter is fired today, and I know you'll be popping corks. But let's say
not necessarily.
And well, you know what I'm saying. And then we have a new manager. I would still have this same approach that I believe a manager should be given a respectable and moderate amount of time with which to be deemed if that person is right for the job. And I believe that because, listen, we've played 4 or 5 games since the transfer window has closed, and I said this will be the season starting game 1 now, because he's been hit, he's been depleted. You've got a plethora of new players coming in. You can't judge him on what's transpired, and this is just my opinion. It doesn't mean jack, but I believe that we have to have a modicum of rationality here.
If we were in the trenches, I would always look for Roger, because he will not leave you and run. That's Roger. You're top geezer, honestly.
Here's the thing. Another way to see Roger on the panel is that Roger brings out the best in everybody, because he takes it to an angle. You have to be at your best to win. But when I don't like it is when he makes it an English class. Then sometimes I don't even understand. But that's by the way, just quickly, something I really do want us to talk about, to look at here, some updates here. Then we'll go back to discussing again, if you don't mind. We'll start looking at what we have up there, except if anybody else has anything to add to this particular argument. Again, it's a holiday. I think the President's Day. My boys doesn't have school today, but at one point I'd have to go make them something to eat. Here's what we have here. The first one here, this just debunks the rumors of Aubameyang being left out of the Champions League squad and not being selected for the last 3 league games was a decision taken in collaboration with the Chelsea board. I'm guessing the Chelsea board coming into play here would be because probably they wanted him to join LAFC and he refused, because everything was agreed. It was down to him. Even the club was willing to be paying his full salary while he's in LA. I think, was it LA FC? Yeah, it was LA FC. Yeah, so again, but he refused. I think that's not going to make them happy. That's, by the way, this one here is just, again, Chelsea player's wife likes tweets calling Graham Potter deadbeat. As much as I like her,
she is right. She represents the fans.
Here's the thing: as much as I like her, if she was an ordinary fan, if she wasn't again a Thiago Silva's wife, that's okay. She's creating a problem for the guy. I'm sure.
Really?
No, to how I see it, to me, I think this guy, given his role in the team as a leader, I don't think such things should be coming anywhere from his camp. In terms of talking, I'm referring to his family as his camp. It shouldn't be happening. Because this again, if the manager sees this can be interpreted again. It can be interpreted from a direction where he goes home and he tells his wife the manager sucks. Then if he comes, he tries to work with me. We're humans.
Yeah.
If that makes sense, we're humans. So this shouldn't be coming from his wife. As much as I like her, as much as I've seen some of her again, some of the things she's done with the fans and go, wow, why didn't we get them on time? But if you get my point, this shouldn't be coming from her as long as this guy is still employed by the club. It sends the wrong message. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, it stands. Your point stands very well. The thing is that we don't know the background. We don't know the relationship.
I've seen the tweet myself that she liked.
Yeah. Of course, but the thing is that this is the less of our worries actually.
Well,
and I think Thiago's position in the team remains intact because he is impeccable in terms of his performances. So
yeah, but
even if the worst thing,
this sends the wrong message. If you get my point, I don't think it's okay.
Yeah, I do, and from a certain point of view, it's totally right. But I don't know. Maybe I'm getting carried away by emotions now and my stance on Potter. But I don't think that it would have happened in other circumstances. It's we don't know how it's interpreted and how their relationship is, and the concern is that now we have a string of situations that imply that the players aren't happy with him. I mentioned in the beginning of my presence here that
just quickly, Dante, can you repeat your question now that I'm at the bottom and close to the bottom, not really at the bottom of the not really at the bottom of the comment. There's still quite a lot, but if you can repeat your question, I'd highlight it so Roger can answer you. But go ahead, Helgi.
Yeah, the thing is that we had the podcast that was before the World Cup saying I said I forgot his name, was saying that a senior Chelsea player had informed him that Graham sacking Tuchel and replacing him with Potter was a mistake. So the first sign is this. Then you have Ben Chilwell's quote from yesterday saying that we have to take matters in our hands. Maybe it wasn't literally this, but something along these lines, which for me can get interpreted as, the dressing room is at that point that there is a lack of faith, a lack of belief regarding the direction. So we have to be a bit self-coachable. I'm being hypothetical here. I'm not being like it's exactly this. And now you have the third case is this, to Thiago Silva's wife. So it's not a case of the things being run smoothly and she's being controversial just for the sake of it. It's something that has been happening implicitly or explicitly.
I get it. Things are not going to the right direction.
So I think that
let me ask you this question. What if this person, again, what if it was, let's say, if it was a Todd Bowley's wife? What would that tell you? They've had a conversation, and even Todd Bowley isn't happy with how Graham Potter is doing. So it's not okay. Which means if Todd Bowley comes out and say we support the manager, then Potter will look at it and say, bull crap.
But that's the difference. I don't think Thiago Silva feels that he is the right man for Chelsea.
The point I'm trying to pass on to you now is that, again, Thiago Silva's wife doing that. He's one of the biggest leaders in the team. Probably the reason why he got an extension isn't really down to his playing ability as much as I think he's still good. It's because they need that leadership right in this transition period. And
No, I think
coming
it's
from his camp is not okay, really. I don't care how you see it, but that's my
But
opinion.
coach,
no.
Todd Bowley-
I'm not trying to debate your point. You are right in your own way. I'm just trying to give it another dimension, saying that the situation can really be extreme.
What did she
in the
say?
background. And
No, she liked
So-
a tweet that called
No,
Graham Potter a deadbeat.
Oh,
That's not
Yeah.
good.
Wait,
no,
wait,
I'm
coach,
just implying here. Don't take it as a sort of
No, I'm
being
not. No,
there.
we're here to debate and learn from it. But go ahead. I
Of
will let you
course.
drop. Rodrigo wants something to say, and I want others to talk about that since it's that
just a
important.
quick
Go
one.
ahead.
I'll say Todd Bowley himself liked a tweet that was saying Mason Mount. that
Can you confirm that that's Todd Bowley's account? There's no
Well,
way
Yeah.
to confirm.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
the thing.
yeah.
But in this case, we're sure this is Bella Silva. We're sure. We've all been stalking that account. We've seen videos of him on that particular account and all that. But go ahead, Rodrigo, if you have something else to add to it. I want to hear
That's-
what Roger has
no,
to
that's
say
it.
about
That's
that.
it. That's it.
Okay, again, Rodrigo, again, thank you. Again, Roger, how about you?
That is a poor reflection. It also puts Thiago in a bad position, in a, shall we say, an uncomfortable position. Listen, his wife is entitled to her opinion. Of course she is. But we're talking in a profession. Like if I went to work and my wife had tweeted something about the board of directors where I work, sure, then obviously it's not going to be the same, but it has a stigma about it. It doesn't bode well.
Yeah.
I agree with everything that coach has said. It's a poor reflection.
Yeah, but Roger, I dare Graham Potter to drop Silva. I dare him. If
He's our best.
No, he's not going to drop him because of
I
that.
think it's a fleeting
Let's
fix.
Roger
In
hasn't
2 weeks'
dropped.
time,
Please.
it
I
will
know
be
he's a
forgotten.
gentleman, but he hasn't dropped. Let him drop.
So I believe that this could be totally independent of Thiago Silva's mindset. Thiago Silva has exhibited nothing but the utmost professionalism and leadership in this team since he's arrived. And I totally agree with Bobby. I was like, why on earth are we hiring a 36-year-old? How's he going to defend in a wheelchair? You know, obviously all the negative connotations of being that old, but he's playing like he's 28, not 38. I got that wrong. He's been our best player last year and this year thus far. Honestly, he is. He is a mainstay. He is the consummate professional in every stretch of the word. So I'm not sure whether that's a true reflection on her. Probably, in all likelihood, she sees that the team that her husband's playing in, the man that she loves, and she's probably frustrated and probably determines that, you know, I don't like this manager based on what I see. And so she has, within her rights, she has reflected that in social media. But it doesn't look good. Let's put it that way.
Just so quickly, Roger, do you think by any chance, that's another topic, argument that will come into play. English isn't her first language, right?
Sure.
Do you think by any chance that she doesn't really understand the context? Because here's the thing. What happened recently, we're all humans. I'm going to be honest. That's why we're having this conversation. But if that's the case, she will hear the blowback and then by now delete it. If she hasn't deleted, if she deletes it, then which means she didn't really understand the context. Because I've shared a tweet with somebody and say, can you please share this tweet for me? And they copied it and shared the tweet. And then my co-host, Louisa, I copied it like that and said, can you please share this tweet? And even Louisa didn't look at it and shared it with, can you please share this tweet? Until just a few days ago, I looked at it and asked her, did you share this tweet like this? And she laughed so hard and said, yes, she did. There's a chance it was just because she was just being a Chelsea fan and just liked it, but we don't know. But if that's the case, the blowback will push her to delete it. But let's see what happens. We're going to check later whether she's deleted. But go ahead.
It wasn't her tweet.
Jesus.
She just liked tweet of somebody else. It's the same as Todd Bowley's.
Yeah, we're
Or
saying the
case with
same thing. Yeah,
Mount.
go ahead, Roger.
Yeah, or she liked it inadvertently. I've done that. I've liked your texts, your tweets inadvertently before, Coach.
Before realizing it was Potter out. Yes.
Exactly. No, but seriously, it could be inadvertent. It could be a language issue. It could be many things. Oh, sorry, Coach.
All right, let me catch up with the chat. I'll come back to the panel. I'll have others speak regarding anybody that hasn't spoken. Roger, again, what does that mean? Not Potter in, not Potter out. Does that mean you are Potter shake?
Beautiful game. Do not quit your day.
Roger sounds like Potter. I like Roger, no matter what happens. Again, Roger is on a long-term contract on Chelsea perspective. There's a clause if he wants to quit, he has to pay us. He triggers everybody. He triggers everybody that is actually cost a fight in his Bobby DJ Saab gang. They're fighting the civil war right now, if that makes sense. Is there anybody leading our club right now who has been involved in a championship, a winning team? I don't know. I get where that question is coming from. Choma, somebody's responded. Kim's response to Choma's question. Roger, if you're talking about rationality, your argument again doesn't reflect that, broken. Your argument shows you're 100% Potter. I'm thinking you're Potter in. I cannot deceive people. I think you have to take time to understand Roger to know he's not really Potter in. I've seen him make comments that shows he's not Potter in. It's just being objective. And we need that argument to come from every angle for us to learn something. Please, again, has her own life. Yeah, she does. But when you're the wife of one of the leaders in a particular club, you should be careful what you do. It's as simple as that. I'm not going to get into that deeply. Again, well, that tells you all that's true. Let's see what else we have. Again, everyone is in the panic bus right now. So you picked up the key again. I think Rodrigo has also started picking up passengers in the panic bus. Thiago Silva should be the coach. The wife again talks too much. Again, maybe English language is a problem. Yeah, we have to consider that. Again, she probably sometimes maybe just want to be a Chelsea fan and just boom, clicked it. But let's see what happens. Colin Potter, a deadbeat again, is absolutely just go away. Just go away, really. The panel just glossed over the fact that the board got involved in all the selection. We are in a sorry state. Let's again, the players have sorry, what is this saying? The players have noticed that Potter is incompetent. Hence, the poor display. Wow, some argument right there.
That's my point.
I'm going to go to the very bottoms and try to get some of the stuff. There's one I saw Bobby Fairview having a go at me. Probably like the Kukurea slender tweet. Yeah, he did. Roger, have you played the game at any level? Roger was a goalkeeper, a retired goalkeeper. Just wish again the owners would say something, even if they release a statement saying we're back in Potter and will assess his future at the end of the season. Just give us some clarity. Here's the thing: if they come out and say we're back in Potter and we're giving him to the end of the season, that's added pressure.
Yes.
Because Potter will now know, okay, I have to get it done. I have to show improvement by the end of the season or I lose my job. Again, Glenn, this will be interesting. She probably just liked the tweet because he said, let Thiago coach. It makes even more sense. Let Thiago coach us. And doesn't, but even at that, that's also raises some question, which means she thinks the current manager isn't good enough.
Oh yeah, she even said that before. She said in a video, like, in a tweet or to Todd Bowley, say, swallow your pride. You can always go back. Basically saying, bring back Tuchel.
Okay.
Yeah, it was something she implied. Yeah.
Here's where Bobby is having a go at me. Come on, Coachella, we know that his ball is a count. So don't even try that lazy out. Oh my goodness, that's by the way. Anybody want to talk about again that, or should we move on from it?
Yeah,
I wanted just to talk about the Aubameyang, the other
argument. Go ahead.
Yeah. So for me, it's worrying the fact that it was taken. The decision was taken in unison with the board, and Rodrigo knows because we have shared the perspectives in the group, and have been more or less on the same page about Aubameyang's situation, and I have been saying it for a huge while that, in my opinion, it's a case of finding somebody to scapegoat here. The media echo of leaving out a 34-year-old guy would be minimal compared to him setting the same standards from everyone. And that's what I have been expected Potter to minimally do, because we aren't talking about the tactical aspect anymore, which I said that it has been very underwhelming. It's now, but even in terms of management, I sense a sort of an inclination from him to play everyone, and he seems forced to please everyone. But that's not how big clubs work. You have to choose the players that optimize your chances of winning games, and I haven't seen them from Potter, and that's why I use that word insecure that I wanted to give interpretation. So it's about the way what he transpires to the fans and to the players. And this Aubameyang situation for me is so strange and contradictory to what he says in the presses about Oba. And for me, I am in the minority here, but I was in favor of us.
Come out and say we don't like Aubameyang, we want him out of the club.
No, but he hasn't. No, but the thing is that you have even the contradict doesn't make sense, because he speaks with superlative and then now he leaves him out of the team, out of the Champions League list. It's too contradictory. So you can't get vindicated by that. And I feel sorry for Oba, honestly, because he was playing well till the team was playing well. It was the new manager bounce period. You had people hoping that he was finally the striker that we can rely, even though it was planned for the short term. And now, as soon as the team became dysfunctional, he started not giving an impact anymore. But no one was able to supply him with passes, because we became horribly disjointed. So for me, he has been scapegoated, and we have been preventing for not a spectacular but a useful attacking option. Especially against Dortmund, I think he could have done a job. And the treatment for me has been confusing, to say at the least, because the media are persisting that he hasn't done anything wrong in terms of attitude. So we don't know the real reason behind that. And the board's interventions for me reiterates the fact that Graham is actually yes man in this regard, because you shouldn't make a decision on a team player alongside the board. So it's something that it should be exclusively left on the hands of the manager. And for me, it doesn't set a good example at all. So whether you rate Oba or not, it's personal. I respect that. Maybe I was in the minority at the beginning. I wanted us to sign him because I saw value in him for the short term. But the reality is that I feel sorry that he has been treated in a way that isn't aligned with the way that he treats many underperforming players like Mount and Havertz that Rodrigo mentioned before. So if he showed the same standards for everyone, I would be more than happy, because I think this is a manager that has been is aligned with the standards of the club and shows the same standards in terms of team selections. But for me, he's finding an easy target, somebody who yesterday came and tomorrow will leave the club, and it doesn't create an echo in the media. And for him, it's easy. So this rumor that the news that the board are involved in add fuel to the fire, in my opinion.
Yeah, more reason.
And Kim, so can you not do that way? Those in the chat again, the mods will copy you if that makes sense. You don't have to do that. I get your argument. I know you're a Aubameyang spokesperson. Rodrigo, you wanted to say something.
More reason as to why he has to go. I remember there was a time where, it's so simple. A striker, confidence comes from scoring goals, and when they're scoring goals, just keep them in the lineup, for goodness sake. Oh my
Rodrigo.
God!
Yeah, but he doesn't have the legs. You have to rest him. You can't play him every 90 minutes. His legs are gone.
But Roger has gone beyond resting. He's out of the squad entirely.
I'm Yeah, no, I get that. I'm talking about previously.
No,
This
no,
is
no, no,
why
no. That
you
run,
could
the
see.
run.
Just
the
can I
specific-
drop just 1 second?
Oh, go on, please. Yeah,
When
please.
you're watching him, you know, and listen, he's technical. He knows how to score. He's clinical, but he hasn't been, and he's exhibited that the last 2 to 3 years. Yes, he's had phases and patches where he has been, but we're talking about the Premier League, and so when I watch him, you look at. Don't forget, this is the modern game where the pressing starts up front. You know, it doesn't
Oh,
start in
talk
midfield
about
or the
pressing.
back.
Or
No,
deep
yes, but it's part of the game because it's based. This game, just like Tuchel's, is based on retrieving the ball once possession is lost.
we're not doing that. We're not doing that. We're not pressing.
Just so that's what happens. So you're looking at a Havertz, you're looking at a Mount, you're looking at a Gallagher, etc., et al. And they press with energy. And this isn't his fault because Father Time catches up with people. You know, he's just a product of maturing, shall we say, politely. And that's what's transpired. And I think that's and the fact that you have to be rested, you know, to a certain extent.
But
So that you can rejuvenate, and I believe that's why he was rotated. You're saying that he was on a scoring role, yes, but you can't continue that based on his legs. That's all I'm saying, and you can see that when he was pressing, he was just lethargic. That's what. There's more than just being on the pitch. So there's 3 phases. There's when you don't have the ball, when you have possession but you are not actually on the ball, and then there's possession when you have the ball itself. Those are 3 different.
Only issue I have with you using pressing
Yeah.
as a point is just because we don't press.
Really?
We don't press.
Where
We
do you
don't
see
press.
that? I see
No,
it
we
all
don't
the
press.
time.
We don't press collectively. We don't
We don't
press.
Right.
Press strategically.
Consistently, I would say, because
Not even consistently.
well, let me drop for 1 second.
Mhm.
So this is what I wanted to talk about before when I mentioned Klopp coach. It's like when I saw an interview with Klopp about his Liverpool team, and he was saying that he was asked questions about the pressing. It was so inconsistent, where one person would press and the other one would be too late, and then you're just wasting energy from. Just takes one person to be out of sync, you know. And so he said it takes time to work on this, to recognize when to press and so forth. It can't be done overnight. This is Klopp. This is a respected, I would say, world-class coach, and he was explaining it and saying that it takes time. You have to be patient. So this is what I'm trying to say. I'm not saying it from, you know, an average second division coach. We're talking about a world-class coach.
I saw the pressing structure in 24 hours.
Okay, well, you know what? That wasn't a case for Liverpool, and look what they've done. Yes, they've had injuries, but far less than us, and so they've experienced the same thing. That's all I'm trying to say. We are not exclusively experiencing this phenomenon.
The difference is club philosophy. The way I approach football games is different to. It's different to what Potter was doing at Brighton.
And Tuchel, right? And well, see, when I look at Potter's team, I can see so much similarities with Tuchel's. They're virtually identical. There's small, shall we say, nuances that are different, but for the most part, they resemble each other. So that's why I think this transition from Tuchel to Potter was relatively seamless. Do you see what I'm saying? So,
no.
Well, that's my interpretation.
That's
how I viewed it.
Fair enough. Maybe you looked at it from the formation point of view, like
not just formation. I'm talking about what they do off the ball also. Now it takes time. You've got people that have just been injected into the squad. It's going to take time, mate. It really is.
All right, let me catch up with the chat.
Results, by the way.
But it didn't take time with Tuchel.
Rodrigo, have you dropped before? I know you were still talking where Roger come in. Did you drop?
Yeah.
It did actually with Tuchel, sir.
Okay, all right. Again, if you're watching, if you haven't, please drop a like on the stream and subscribe to the channel. If you have, I think we don't have too much left to round off. Again, thank you to everyone. Some breaking news we'll take care of in a bit. Breaking news important. Thank you for the love for blue. I know you're not part of the panel, but you've sent me some important updates there. Should Aubameyang be given a chance to redeem himself? I wouldn't say redeem himself, to work for the money he's earning. the truth again, that's how I see it, which is still in our books. So why not give him a chance? And I think he has more to offer. Leaving him out doesn't make any sort of sense, if that makes sense. I can just imagine Tuchel watching the Southampton game with his family crying of laughter. Well, I think that's what you think he's doing, but everybody doesn't react to such situation the wrong way. Why did Aubameyang do wrong and nobody creates again for him? Again, that's how I see it. Again, the services weren't coming, and when you have him on the pitch, he thrives when you service him well. Again, this is especially true now that he doesn't have the pace to run around that much in a fluid approach, if that makes sense. Let's see, what else do we have here? Again, if we're not going to be relegated and nothing to play for this season, what is the expectation for Potter for next season? If it's in charge in preseason, well, I'm not sure how to answer that one. Why is the board selecting the team? This is a fundamental structure issue. Again, elite clubs are not run like this. Okay. Who is going to score goals for Chelsea? I don't know, and I'm not sure how I'm going to answer that. Roger on loan again to Expression with an obligation to buy. Wow. Okay, what else do we have here? Just quickly. Let me see again. What else do we have? Anything again? Okay, the Kimso issue. Kimso was spamming, even though he was a mod. He was setting a bad example. You thought you were clever. I'm not going to get into that. Again, does your body say, "Hey, again, I have next week. I have next week off. So again, I will give it a go." I don't think so. Again, if they need rest, they need rest. That's the truth. Again, that's another way to see it. But let's see. But the question is, how many games have we played of late that you think really they need a rest? Again, that's me thinking. Yeah, but I've heard some explanation that makes sense. That made me understand maybe they need a rest, or maybe that's a way of hitting the reset button, so that our fans will take a break, so that the team will take a break, do a self-assessment, or the manager do a self-assessment, and maybe change things a bit.
We have been resting for 6 months.
Okay, let's come coming again. I am so tempted to do it, Kim. So don't do it. Please don't do it again. Hey, coach, I've always had my doubts about Porter, as I was very much Tuchel in, but I did try to give him a chance. But early on, my gut instinct was out of his depth, and I was correct. Okay, let's see, Lusala. I hope you're doing well. Nice to see you again. Porter still in charge. Yeah. Probably to the end of the season. Anything else here to talk about? Again, Roger, can you please tell me what Potter has done wrong? If you need a Potter in, Potter out. Okay, Roger, there you go. Maybe that's the question in question. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, there's quite a few things that concern me. I'll tell you honestly, the decision or selection, I should say, for not playing Fofana enough. Also. Possibly some formations. I'm trying to think. I do have an issue with him selecting Pierre-Emerick when he was selected him. So I don't think he's at that level anymore. And I think he should have rested certain players, and he did not, like a Mount. And I understand that. So there were injuries and there was rotation. I get it. And we're relying too heavily on Silva. That's another thing. And I'm scared of the fact that we could be overplaying him because we rely on him so heavily. I would say Ziyech also. I don't like the fact that we've selected Ziyech so much because especially in the initial stages of the season, because he was not on form. And I understand there's some players that have to be played into form. I get that. There are many professional former players that have actually, they subscribe to that theory. And perhaps that is the case. Who knows? But everyone's different. With regards to... Listen, he made a mistake with regards to us conceding against Dortmund, having one player back, but so did Tuchel with Jorginho, against United. So obviously, managers make mistakes, whether you're, shall we say, in your early part of your journey as a coach or as a a European champion winning coach. So I'm trying to think. Formations, I think it's a fair assumption to say, and I agree with Coach, that maybe the changing and switching of formations consistently may have unsettled the players. It was too much too early. I think there's some merit to that argument, to be honest with you. I think that's a criticism that is valid to a certain extent. Maybe he should have initiated his first months with implementing more consistency in that regard. So these are my observations. Of course, there's, no one's perfect. I don't see him as a perfect coach. I think they have hired him. I'm talking about they, mean the owners have hired Potter based on his ceiling, based on his potential, based on his, shall we say, somewhat limited resume in the Premier League, and say, look what he's done in this short period of time. Do we like his style of football? Do we see him as a next potential star and what he does? Is he cerebral? And they've hired him on those, shall we say, observations, okay? And not have hired him on the fact that he's a serial winning coach. They have hired him because everyone has to start everywhere, like Pep did, like Klopp did, etc., etc. So they probably have looked at this as a long-term project, just like they do very much in the United States, I look at like the Dallas Cowboys. Their first coach lasted 29 years. That epitomizes stability, and I think they're trying to do the same. So this is what I.
Years of this. Oh my god.
No, yeah, I get that. So, I didn't mean to extrapolate it to this, but I'm just saying they're more consistent. They're less hiring and firing on the most part in the United States compared to the Premier League, and especially compared to Chelsea.
I think as well is obviously different sports as well, but I don't believe necessarily give if time equal to success in football. I don't necessarily believe that.
There's some truth to that, sir. I get it.
Yeah, I've seen managers. Of a prime example, Nuno Espirito Santo, who actually achieved better things at Wolves than what Potter ever did with Brighton. He went to Tottenham. It just wasn't working. The level's different, and he couldn't succeed. It doesn't mean if you give someone time, they will eventually.
I like watching Wolves. You know that.
What I'm hearing is the player need to gel. These players, right? They don't just meet once a week on Saturday at Stamford Bridge. You know that they train every day. So
no way.
Let's look. Yeah. Let's look at an update here. A very important update. I think it's fresh. How many minutes ago? 7:20, about 30 minutes ago.
Do you see my concerns? Are they valid in your eyes?
Oh yes, very valid.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So this is what I'm saying. I'm not saying he is the second coming of Jose or whomever. I don't see that at all. I see him as a flawed coach. Yes, of course. I think we can safely assume virtually every coach is flawed to a certain extent. Does he have tactical acumen? Perhaps not at the level of an elite coach. He isn't an elite coach. And if anyone believes that, I think then they're delusional, because he does have his shortcomings. However, I believe that he should be given a fair amount of time under certain circumstances to see whether he's capable of fulfilling his potential. That's all I'm advocating. That's all I am. Nothing more, nothing less.
And by the way, the poll where we ask people, what are you for? 70% says Potter in, 83% says Potter out, and it's 145 votes.
Let me vote.
Yeah, again, the fans, they're speaking. So let's look at the updates we have quickly. I think we'll be rounding up soon, even though we had a lot that we should have talked about, but we haven't. Here, this one here says Chelsea again have set a price tag of £35 million to sell Christian Pulisic. And again, they're quoting from, I know, yeah. To me, it just simply means they want to sell him, and for that to have reached Fabrizio Romano means I think the club wants that out there. Here's it here. Okay, sorry, I didn't have it open. So anybody want to talk about that, or should we just move on? We have again, a few things I want us to catch up
Good
with.
riddance.
Call it a
Good
day.
riddance.
How much did we buy him for? 52 or something, right?
I think so.
Good
Isn't it
riddance.
close to that price?
Do you know he did? There were moments where he looked like the second coming of Eden Hazard. You know, he exhibited, you know, some very much some skillful nuances. However, he's, in my opinion, he's just way too physically intimidated off the ball. He's just shoulder barged constantly, and he unfortunately has been hit with the injury bug. It seems he hasn't been blessed with good genes in his recovery mode. It's a shame because I actually thought he would succeed here. I really
I have
did.
to say this. I never thought he'd measure it. Again, I see. Again, let me just say this. I know. Again, when we signed him, I knew we signed a good player.
Yeah.
I expected him to do well. I even expected him to get more goals than Eden Hazard. Why do I say that? Because he gets into the box more than Eden Hazard.
Sure.
It depends on where you deploy him. I know they differ, but I don't think it will ever be Eden Hazard, and Eden Hazard will never be.
Right. But there was a 2 or 3 month stretch, coach, where he looked really on his game, and he looked like a serious potential. Yeah, no. I'm talking about how good he was. He was our best player for 2 or 3 months, and he pulled that hamstring in the cup final, and he never recovered.
I believe again, had he been fit, I think he'd get more goals than Eden Hazard.
I agree,
because, like I said, he gets into
Eden.
the box more than Eden Hazard does. If that makes sense. But that's, by the way, I'm going to scroll to the very bottom. Apologies to all the OGs here, Lusala. You too, Kenneth, again, there are some new developments of Santos. I think he's living on loan. Something I read, maybe I didn't check the date on that one. Again, did it say again, a Turkey club wants him on loan? I don't know the possibility of that happening. I thought the Turkey transfer window, I think, has been shut for a few days now. So I'm not sure what's going on. Tottenham is going to beat us again if we keep playing like that. Well, again, let's see what happens. If we lose to both Spurs and Leeds, then dam is breaking. Let's see what happens. But I'm not sure what's going to happen. Tottenham wants to qualify for Champions League next season, and they're playing like they want to be there. If that makes sense. How many youngsters does he have to play before the players start playing for him? He has lost the team. You think? Okay, Chelsea all the way. Roger is talking about a pressing. Alba cannot do. Mount and Havertz are pressing good again with 2 twins again in 15 minutes. 2 wins in 15 minutes. Is that good again with 2 wins in 15 minutes? Make that make sense. Okay. Let me see.
Pressing is different from scoring. So you're using that out of context.
Matt Law just tweeted again 5 reasons why they won't sack Graham Potter, while I'm still waiting on a decent one for sacking TT.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah, again, Chelsea last won a match with TT, with TT's mentality, but now under Graham Potter, nothing. Really? Can Dean Potter have a problem scoring goals at Brighton? That is well documented, really, if we're being truthful here. Again, the madness again of the appointment is endless. So again, it's easy to see these things or start, plugging. You can say highlighting them because we're not doing well right now. Let me see. Phil R7, nice to see you. I think by now I would have heard again the announcement of Potter sack. Was again, we're still keeping him, if anything. That's, by the way, I'm going to scroll to the very, very bottom and I'll try to get your subsequent contributions. If that, please apologies. I can't get everything. We've been streaming for nearly 4 hours now, and I don't think we have too much time to go. I don't trust Bali to pick the next yes, ma'am. Again, a good day, everyone. Again, have a blessed day. You too, Chama. Something I want to look here when you talk about the yes, ma'am thing. This one here, which says Tuchel's complaint after the Arsenal match in preseason did not go down well. Potter's style suits the approach of the new owners far better. Again, those with knowledge say again, current feeling is to fight through this period. I'm not concerned about fighting this through period comments. We've known that again. It's gonna take quite a lot for them to decide to let him go. Where I'm concerned is that Tuchel's complaint did not go down well with them. Again, I think
always do this.
Sorry.
They've done this every. This is predictable. Every time we have a bad result, they bring out the wheel out this Tuchel propaganda. Tuchel was this, Tuchel was that. I remember once they even brought out a thing saying Tuchel didn't know who
So
Zakaria was.
are you linking that to the owners? It sounds like that's what you're doing.
No, I think maybe it's just I don't know who's paying Matt Law to say all this stuff. I don't know. Yeah, but it seems like it looks almost it's so predictable. I think it was after we had a bad results. There was a thing coming out. Oh, Tuchel didn't know who Zakaria was. Come on, Tuchel was in Germany. Knows who Zakaria was. So so they're always going to do this. Watch, it's so predictable. Watch this. If we start losing again, I don't know. They'll bring up more Tuchel attack. It's like if they want to back them managers, I think they should just back him instead of always bringing out this nonsense about Tuchel.
Yeah. Anybody else want to add anything to that? Should I just move on?
Yeah, the thing is that I doubt that 6 people on the board, counting the directors as well, really trust what's happening. I'm actually thinking that it's only a case of pride or a desperate hope to prove themselves wrong that it's making them persist on this aside from a financial aspect. Because I don't think that you can, despite the inexperience with football and everything, you can be legitimately invested on this project anymore because there is no project.
Says you.
Anybody else want
No,
to talk about that?
I say no, but because we are on a downward spiral. If it was a roller coaster, then I would say there are signs, but there is no process with this manager, not in general.
All
My
right,
opinion.
They're American coaches. This is their style. This is how.
Yeah, but it's a different sport, different environment, different circumstances.
Of course it is, but you can say that about the NFL, about the NBA, about
there's
hockey,
relegation.
Of course, but it's another. Football is a jungle. It's another kind of more media right, more finances, more pressure, everything.
And that's the reason why they bought this club, because of the ceiling to sell. This is why they have a strategy. They're looking at 50,000 foot level, not at ground level. They're looking at a
but there is also the possibility of going in the other extreme. That's the thing. I agree with Rodrigo when he says that I don't really believe that persisting on a manager just on the idea of giving him time will solve things just in an autopilot manner. You have to give signs. You have to make people believe that we are on the right way.
Listen, I lived in the States for 28 years. They usually, when they hire a new manager, unless they go 0-16 or they basically fall flat on their face, they will stick with a manager when they're average. I mean, when the results are average, sorry, not the manager. When the results are average, they will give them, you're not going to like this, Rodrigo, they give them 2 to 3 years.
Wow.
On the average.
Yeah, but it's the thing is that
it's like, how does this differ from, again, isn't this close to being flat on the face? How does this differ from being flat on the face?
Flat on your face is 20th.
Okay. Let's see. Okay, I get the analogy. Let's look at what we have here quickly. I want us to talk about something I get that's on the banner for the show. This one says Todd Bowley and Behad Iqbali do not believe sustainable success will come from changing the manager or head coach every 6 months. Have we done that every 6 months? You're the ones who can't, but I get where that's coming from. There remains the feeling Graham Potter deserves one preseason to properly work with the players. But again,
excuses.
I'm coming again. I get what they're trying to say here, but again, all the stuff that people are picking out makes me even more concerned. I know they signed him, again, given his potential. Probably felt like with a squad like Chelsea, with a club like Chelsea, he'd do even better. But I'm learning right now that it can even maybe just unfairly, really, if I'm being honest, that his team at Brighton has struggled to score goals. Plus, again, his winning percentage and all that.
There was an interview with Sally March. I think he's Brighton attacker. He said the difference. Obviously, now they scored more goals. And if you actually look, they didn't sign, apart from the brother kid, Ferguson. They kept pretty much the same attackers. The difference is the position on the pitch, the position they take. and he said the way De Zerbi
Yeah, he,
coached them, De Zerbi made them feel free on the pitch. The position they're taking on the pitch allowed them to score more goals. So that said a lot about maybe Porto doesn't know. I thought coach an attack. They used to tell us about Tuchel. Maybe this guy doesn't actually know how to coach an attack.
yeah, but yeah, even I have been watching that Zerbi since he was at Sassuolo, a very good manager, and it wasn't just a case of playing good football. He lost on a Europa League spot with a team that is now 15th, only solely to goal difference to Roma, and elevated their standards in a very good way. They were not only beautiful, but were also effective in terms of getting results. And he said only 2 years there, and he made great eco just so through his work, and it was a clear identity. They were producing geometry on the pitch. I have a complete difference from the traditional Italian managers, and it was the first time that his name was even mentioned as an alternative to succeed Potter. I said Tony Bloom and those people at Brighton are making the right choice, and I feared at the time that they had made an upgrade, because not to discredit what Potter has done there, but De Zerbi, for what is being said, he's setting the standards high. He doesn't accept mid-table. Even in his press conferences, he's showing that he's determined to make them play Europa League football next season. And they have one loss in 6 in 7.
Hegel, how would you rate Sir Alex Ferguson as a coach?
Roger, what did you call him?
Hegel, sorry.
Helgi.
Okay.
No problem, no problem.
I'm going to be calling him Hegel. Go ahead.
No problem. Yeah.
How do you say your name once more, sir?
Helgi.
Yeah, Helgi.
Helgi, I apologize profusely.
No problem.
Helgi, how would you rate Sir Alex Ferguson as a manager / coach, whatever you want to call it?
Very highly. One of
Very
the best
highly.
ever.
Right. And so are you familiar with his first 6 years as Man U manager?
Yeah, I know. I'm aware. But the thing is that
what about Arteta?
It's not. Yeah, I will answer to that, because the football before has been more slow paced in terms of creating a team. No, but it's the thing. You see, for example, I have read a book, but I forgot its name now, that talks specifically about this. Before, particularly in a relationship with the media, you would have journalists traveling in the same bus with the team and the players. So when, for example, an ex-player had a disciplinary problem, the manager would go to the journal and say, "Listen, don't put it in the paper of tomorrow's, because it could create problems for me," and they would agree immediately. Today, there is no luxury like that. Football is more dynamic than ever. The popularity of the game is higher than ever. More than half a billion of world's population watches the Premier League alone.
All right, again, Roger, what do you want to say quickly? I want us to catch up with what we have and call it a day.
Sorry?
He evolved as a manager. His first 6 years.
Yeah, but it's one of a kind, and it's in another historical context.
Okay, let's let Roger. Helgi, you've made your point. Roger, go ahead, and I want to hear Rodrigo's thoughts before we move.
I want to counter this argument about Fergie. Fergie broke the duopoly in Scotland with Aberdeen. He won the league title.
I know that.
With Aberdeen. Fergie had a record. Fergie had the CV. You can say, right, I'm gonna back this guy. This manager that is not even in the same structure. Fergie won a European Cup with Aberdeen.
Yes, I know that. It was a couple
of Cup Winners' Cup, yeah.
Fergie's not.
But that's a different league compared to the Premier League, and he struggled.
No, but still, this is a manager that took Aberdeen.
Yeah, I understand. So Potter has taken a Swedish team and promoted them from the 4th to the 1st. So, did you understand? What about Arteta? Arteta's never coached before.
Arteta's won anything.
But the thing is, Arteta won the FA Cup in the first 6 months.
Hold on. Let's talk one by one. Rodrigo, you needed to counter. I think you've done that. Roger, go ahead.
Arteta never coached before. Yes, a cup competition is different from league. We're talking league here, sir. 8th and 5th. Would you accept that? Would you be grateful with 8th and 5th? Well, but then this is what happens. They're looking at a long-term project. They see someone that has potential.
there is a big difference here because
Why? What's the big
Arsenal
difference?
didn't have this level of investment, first and foremost. Secondly, they had
They're a
2
big
years and a
team.
half without even sniffing Champions League football. And Arteta took over in completely different environment compared to because they had lost the winning culture for years, since they left Highbury, actually. While we haven't been as sustainable under Roman, but we still knew how to win. We still knew how to show the mentality that we had been showing
You're
for
talking
the
about the
last 2
club's
decades.
history. I'm talking about
No, no,
a new
I'm talking
coach.
about a culture that you take, for
It's out of
example, Conte at
context.
Tottenham. You have a big fish in a small pond there. Considering why didn't Conte win last year, for example? Because it's very difficult when you join an environment that it's you have to change the mentality from the roots. And Arteta there, Arsenal owners were obliged by the circumstances to follow that road, in my opinion, because they had no other solution. They were in the Europa League. They had been the previous year in the Europa League. It was a case of the lack of many things, actually, and the level
All
of
right,
investment was
right.
more gradual.
All right,
Now
please.
it
All right,
is
all right, all
more,
right. If you don't mind, go ahead. But go ahead. I'll let you drop.
You
We
haven't
don't have too
addressed. You
much
haven't
time.
addressed the actual coach himself. You've addressed the history and culture.
no,
That's
but
a-
even in the coaching himself, he gave signs.
You're
He gave
conflating
signs.
things.
He gave
You're
signs.
conflating,
Arteta
Oldie.
gave signs. We play chaotically.
All right, let's move on from that. Again, Roger, I hope you're looking forward to this game. Millwall versus Chelsea in 2024. I'm not looking forward to it. I don't believe it will happen. Graham Potter were beaten up because Southampton were well prepared and we were not. Again, preparing nothing good.
He said Southampton were well prepared. Graham Potter said they don't have a manager.
They do.
Yeah, their manager said that we aren't well prepared because he had just joined.
Hold on. Let me say this again. Even if they don't have a manager, I think they can still be better prepared than us, if that makes sense. We're not again a club we're not the club to experiment with young players and up and coming coaches. Okay, with young players and up and coming coaches. Okay, Potter gets a season. Tuchel gets nothing. Well, it's not up to us. I think Potter gets a season for a multitude of reasons, and I'm not going to go into that right now. De Zerbi said Mudryk can become world class, but man already looks lost on the ground. Potter, I've said this before: when a team underperforms, it trickles down to everyone. Even your best player struggles. I stop comparing to Sir Alex Ferguson. Those were very different times.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's still a coach.
Why is Kovacic so poor? I'm not going to talk about that right now. The money in football back then was very different as well.
Absolutely.
Okay, what am I listening to? Promotion of a Swedish team as a qualification to manage a £4 billion team. Okay, they are given flimsy excuses that Potter needs a preseason. Tuchel won 3 trophies without a preseason with players. Everyone is now saying again, I'm good enough. This is laughable.
No, he actually won 1 because the following 2 trophies were won next season after a preseason. That is factually incorrect. Not to be pedantic.
Yeah, there are 3.
Yes, and when did they win them? They won them after the calendar year, after there was a preseason. So he won 1 trophy after no preseason, to be pedantic.
Which one did he win after no preseason?
The Champions
League.
That is huge, but that's by the way again.
But even the 3 cup finals weren't lost because of him.
So Roger just presented the fact we didn't win 3 without the preseason, if that makes sense.
It was technically 1. It wasn't 3.
So if you're arguing that again, he counter argues that with the fact that we need to be even what with facts here. De Zerbi improving the Brighton team is even more evident of how badly Bali got it wrong. Unless again, Tuchel came in January and the first game against Wolves, you could see something different. Okay, that's by the way. Let's catch up with what we have here. This one, we've read that one, and I want to close up this one. Whether this one second, senior sources insist that there have been a number of instances of Potter becoming upset. I don't need to know that. Again, we don't really need to know that. He's a human being. Chances of him getting mad or upset, it's always there. He comports himself differently on the touchline. That's fine by me. I don't want to. Again, that's the list of my concerns, really.
Yeah.
Because if we're winning games, I don't think it will be talked about that much. if that makes sense. Again, filling inside Chelsea, Potter needs at least one preseason. I think we've read something similar to that. And this one here, Chelsea will continue to back Potter. The next, you see, this is where you see some conflicting reports there. This one says, again, we'll continue to back Potter. The next 3 games provides an opportunity to improve the relationship with the fans. Okay, so if it doesn't happen, what happens? I don't know. So to me, I wouldn't read too much into this one. That's, by the way, Atletico spoke to a small. Yeah, we're not surprised. We have a poll here with 164 votes, and 84% want him out, 16% want him to stay. And then it's 164 votes. This one said that Athletic spoke to a small sample of 10 fans outside Stamford Bridge. None of them wanted Potter in charge anymore. Yeah, the fans again are outraged at the way things are going. Some of them don't even know the reason behind why things are again going the way again they're going up, but they just want him out. Sources are Copham also claiming that again training, which has been watched by Bali and Iqbali on a number of occasions, and analysis has been excellent on the
Oh my God!
Under Potter, and believe the result of reputation and hard work will become apparent in the game. Here's something where Roger and I agree. Since we
I don't know what they watch.
Since we start again with the argument of whether Potter is the right man or not, one thing we've always agreed to is like it looks like he's trying to implement too much at the same time. He's not taking it gradual. Again, we've used the example of Thomas Tuchel. I hate comparing them. When he came in, he stabilized the defense for us. We stopped conceding, and then worked it up from there. Yeah. So with Rudiger and all those guys. In the case of Potter, our defensive record. Forget we lost again. We lost to 2 games in a row right now. Before then, we've kept how many clean sheets in a row?
Yeah,
people were going our defense on the group. But that's by the way. My argument is it's looking like he's trying to do too much at the same time. Why not take it gradual?
Or maybe when Bali and Iqbali show up, when your boss show up, you pretend you train harder. But when they're not there,
that may well be the case.
Yeah, and also that record about the defensive record, I was impressed. And then when I look at the underlying numbers, did you know I think we are the second team to have the most tackles. That means that defense is consistently being exposed. So
exactly.
So actually, it's individual brilliance of the actual players rather than the structure.
Is that for the season?
It was only because of Badiashile, in my opinion.
Yeah,
I think for the season.
Us and Leeds, Leeds,
I think
Leeds
not
is
really
number
for
one.
the season. Is that for the entire season?
Yes. We have. I think the numbers said and then we had something like 572.
Sure, and listen. I've always said this, and I believe we're a completely different team without N'Golo Kante. You can tell, and since he's played very little this season, you can see that our midfield struggles. Our midfield has not been the main engine room in this vessel. And we have struggled there, and that's a fair statistic, and I can see how that correlates to your observation.
I think I'm gonna stop blaming players now. From now on,
but it's true though. Look at we're using second and third string players there. So you have to look at that and put it into context, gentlemen. As I said, you put this on Man United, Tottenham, Arsenal, etc. If you take out 10, 11 players, let me see how they perform. Let me see their statistics after 18
there aren't
10,
11
games.
Players out anymore.
No, but I'm saying for the majority, we have been depleted. Yeah. If you don't believe we've been depleted this season,
we have, we have. But even last year we were, and maybe even more because of we had also COVID cases to deal with, and we still kept an acceptable standard.
Look at Liverpool, that they were nowhere near as depleted as we were a couple of years ago when they had a very off season. And what's his name? The German coach had basically said, well, we had too many injuries to sustain any consistency. So Klopp what do you think Klopp would be saying with the amount of injuries that we have had if he was our coach?
Which period are you talking about? 2 years ago?
A couple of years ago when he was
decimated. But they were never mid-table.
Sorry.
They were never mid-table. They were acceptably good, maybe not way title contenders.
Yes, and if you listen to what I'd stated, sir, I said they had nowhere near the amount of decimation that we have. So that's why I said, what do you think he would refute? How do you think he would be compelling and defending his team had he had this amount of injuries and this length of injuries, especially to major players like an N'Golo? You don't think he would use that as a reason, a logic to basically substantiate why his team is not
it's
performing?
very logical in my opinion if you keep a reasonable standard, not mid-table, not 2 in 15.
All right. Just
that
give me 1
goes
second.
beyond
We
injuries.
need to move on from
Well,
that topic.
they were out of the top 4 virtually most of the season when he was.
All right, guys. Let me catch up with the chat. We have one more thing to talk about, then we'll call it a day. It doesn't matter because it was all within a year. Okay, again, with the World Cup and successfully getting us booted out of the cups, you get Potter more time than the preseason. Wow. Again, like I said, losing to Sports Derby again and Leeds just again a crappy club will break the dam. Let's hope again that doesn't happen. I hope so. Even though I have questions over his tactical abilities, I still think again I still support the club. Chelsea is an entity I support. Whoever plays for the club or whatever manager, I want them to do well. Potter has a lot of time again with the players. Has had a lot. I'm guessing you mean has had a lot again enough time. Roger again says again. Rogers again. Tuchel gave us one trophy before preseason. How many do you think Potter will give us? After spending 600 million, you could still argue his. Again, we could end up winning the Champions League, and he gets us one before without preseason. If that's your argument, bro. Again, Potter took us from 3rd or 4th position to 10th at the table. That's enough. Do you have any news for Azpilicueta? I think Azpilicueta is doing well. He spoke from the hospital, thanking the fans for the support and everybody. Another excuse. Let me see what else. Kimso excuses. Again, relegation battle coming close. Project relegation again. Roger, is that Rogers? It's Roger. We're good at changing people's names here. Roger, again, can you see Potter making simple mistakes even with more players available? I think Roger has again. If you listen to Roger, you know, he can be again a very objective. And I like his always again his perspective differ, and it makes us think intellectually and not just throw information at the audience from our zoo, if that makes sense. Again, and I'm not going to waste this time and say, can you again respond to that? I heard some reports on the Mount being linked with Liverpool FC, also Atletico Madrid. If I'm allowed to add to that, I honestly suggest to let him go Liverpool, where he will be properly coached to become a great player. Chelsea coaching style is too poor. I think I agree with you a bit to a certain measure in that one. Let's see what else we have here quickly. This one here. Okay, I'm just going to come to Potter. Roger, he's just Potter's lawyer. He's not Potter. Roger, let's talk about Neymar. I know we did talk about him the last time, and I think we concluded the links again. That the rumors linking him to a move with a move to Chelsea doesn't make sense. But for a price of £65 million or so, I think the owners could look at it and say, because his commercial viability is something that they want, and he's still capable of doing better than he's doing right now. Probably you could argue that you could say you could say the battle for who's the main guy at PSG is affecting him, because Neymar, to me, again from what I've learned, is that again he's a player when you put that mantle of leadership in him, or that important player mantle on him, he does better. I think the owners, I wouldn't rule out the owners getting him, because it's come beyond rumors. It looks like they really want to get him, and we're hearing that the only thing left is for them to agree on his salary. And PSG, they want him off their books. But your thoughts?
From a commercial viability standpoint, they're looking at the American model. This is why they probably, if they do sell Pulisic, then in the United States, they're looking at sales. You're looking at viewing statistics worldwide. They're looking at income. They're looking at the ceiling. They're looking at a Premier League team, and they're looking at a Premier League itself that hasn't reached its ceiling for commercial viability, as we've discussed before. So purchasing a player of this person's ilk, his reputation, his worldwide acclaim, it bodes well for them in a commercial market. Do I think that his salary would present an issue? Yes, very much so. I'm not sure how much of a team player is. I know very little about him personality-wise, so I'm more cautious about getting him, not because of his performance on the field, but what problems he may potentially present in the locker room and also from a fiscal standpoint. But I dare say his shirt sales would skyrocket. I think that's a fair assumption.
Yeah, because again, I suspect that even if we're concerned about how well he do for the club from a footballing perspective, if he can make them a lot of money, given that he still has it in him. If you watch him, he's not perfect. It looks like he's lost form to a certain measure. I think they still get him if we help them make he will help them make a lot of money. But despite it, I want to get Bobby's thought. I know he's at work. I don't know if he has time to speak. If not, we can call it a day. But I really do want to get his thought. Why would Neymar join a mid-table club? Well, everything is money. It's business. If we can pay him, he says we have a lot of good players. Or maybe if he thinks he's the guy to lead us through the troubles, he'd join. There are a multitude of reasons why he'd look at us and say, I'm going. But you go ahead, Bobby, if you have time.
Well, it's very clear that these owners are going to buy one marquee, as it were. They've been angling to do that for a while. They've flirted with the idea of Lewandowski, Neymar last summer.
Ronaldo, right? Ronaldo too.
Yeah,
Ronaldo,
another one.
Yeah.
So they're looking for that. And the lack of goal scoring is also another issue. You know, this is a guy that will get goals.
Name
don't know how
recognition,
many,
Bobby.
but he will, he will score. And it looks quite likely, to be honest. And just as everyone, perhaps the only sticking point is the wages. But you see, I laugh at people. We still have this, Chelsea fans can be stuck in a certain mentality.
Yeah.
And they can't move into the current reality because they're still there. You don't know who we have. The only thing that prevents these people from spending money is FFP. This is a fabulously wealthy group. As individuals, they're fabulously wealthy, not to mention as a group. The wages we're talking about is peanuts to these guys, but they are restricted by FFP. So when we talk of buying Neymar, they can get whoever they want in world football. But FFP is the issue. That's why the size of the stadium and all this is something they really have to attend to. Neymar is very, very possible, and I do believe the only sticking point would be his ridiculous wages. But will he demand such wages? Because I'm hearing an undertone that he too is keen to leave PSG, and he thinks he's made enough money. He can take care of himself, his family, his extended family, and is looking to enjoy himself and give new meaning to his career. I think it might be a good marriage if it happens.
Also, I think he can get commercial endorsements also. I think
undoubtedly. You know,
the American owners will say, listen, I'll get you contracts with Coca-Cola or whatever. They have tentacles, they can reach out.
Well, the new sponsors that will come after 3, who knows what they'll use as a bargaining chip to get a big deal. And having flagship people like Neymar around could help that.
Good point,
Neymar,
Bobby.
Modric, they could help the business template going forward. Shame about Pulisic, but he seems to want to go and they can make money from him. My only concern with the transfers, I mean, definitely there'll be outgoings. Now, my only concern is this sudden announcement that they're waiting for summer to deal with the contract of Mason Mount. I know, Roger, you won't like me for this, but you know, the severance of Potter might come from the sale of Mason Mount
Mm.
if we go down that road.
That's I've never actually thought about it in that regard. That's a good point. Do you think Pulisic does indeed leave this summer?
I think he
It's
does.
a,
They want to buy.
before it comes out that they have a certain price
Yeah,
for
no, I get
him,
it.
they want him out, and you be rest assured they're the ones that push that to come out, so clubs know, yeah, we want to sell him.
And they want to buy. You know, they've got their eyes on people like Neymar. They certainly have their eyes on another striker. They've got to. It might cost them money to deal with it. Well, it probably will cost them money to deal with the Lukaku situation. I can see him moving on, sadly, but he could be surplus to requirement.
Yeah, I think so. Because I'm trying to think, where does he fit in? You know, if he does indeed stay, and I think he may realise that and see that on the training ground. I think at a later date, Coach, we do have to address the big elephant in the room with Lukaku and what transpires with him.
We will. That's a chance. The first ever evening show, that one we talked about, could start today. I'm waiting for graphics work to figure some graphic works to get done, so it's different. The structure. Let me just educate people on that. The evening show will be a show again at the end of the day. The timing usually it has to be strategic. It has to be at the end of the day for those in the GMT time zone, and then my time zone the evening. So you can say it's news roundup, something like that. What we talk about, everything that we heard for the day and all that. If that makes sense. Let's see what happens. Only makes sense commercially, yes. Yeah, commercially, yes. When you have to pay so much in salary and fees, you won't make that much. Again, Neymar pulls a CR7 within 6 months. Let's see what happens. Neymar bags a hat trick against Hull City. Let's go. Okay. Again, his brand needs to be in the Champions League at least. That's a solid argument right there. Again, I like Neymar, but again, I feel he will ruin the dressing room. Wow. Okay, I think it okay. Maybe that will happen. Just wait until summer. Bobby, again, the Josko video links will be again pouring out of again every hole. Yeah, that's the truth. Again, if Qatari buys United, the league is finished. Why? Why is it finished? I don't think it's finished. I don't think so.
They're going to be able to financially. Don't forget, Man United financially is a huge club, one of the top two. They are sold on.
And it's already right.
Right, they're sold on a public exchange, you know. So I think when they have such strong financial backings to even further their goal with a solid manager, it seems, and the current owners not taking money out, I think you're going to see an investment similar to what Chelsea is doing, and that would be a scary.
I'm okay by
Absolutely.
that.
Absolutely, I agree, and this
worries me.
This further makes the point that you cannot afford to waste too much time.
And with Liverpool, the same with Liverpool will transpire, I think.
Yeah, falling further back makes it very, very difficult to catch up. And you're right. If the Qataris, sorry,
that's a good point, Bobby.
Yeah, if the Qataris do get Man United, then you're talking of, an almost inexhaustible pool of wealth because they don't have the FFP issues, and these guys will pay off their loan, so they'll have an abundance to spend, and they will spend it.
Well, they
could
already
buy 3 or 4
that,
Neymars.
Bobby. They already said They already said the club will be debt free.
Yeah, well, there you go.
Your
So all this, give him time. Let's wait until the cows come home and we can be a mini Brighton. You can't do that in football. You've got to be brutal. And that's why I say these next 3 games determines Mr. Potter's future. And these guys know what's coming and how competitive it is. And the next guy in is going to have his onions behind him. I'm looking at Hansi Flick. I really am. I know it'll be difficult to get him out the German national team. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. And he's a guy, you know why I'm scared of Enrique? Enrique is very Spanish based. He hasn't really dealt
Yeah.
with anything outside Spain.
But
Now,
if you're talking about Enrique Bobby, he's mixed up his approach. He's more pragmatic than the usual tiki-taka type of manager.
well,
He's, yeah.
yeah, but you know how that applies to the Premier League is left to be seen. Don't get me wrong. I don't think he's wrong, and I think he deserves to be on any shortlist if there is one. But Hansi Flick has dealt with players from different parts of the world. And though it's only been in Germany, these Germans, look, the way they
Look at
execute their
Tuchel.
business. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm a
And
big
he'll be
fan of
loyal.
German coaches.
And he will not talk about Chelsea in the third person.
Yeah. I'm seriously, I'm a huge fan of German coaches. Bobby is 100% right. Look at
Whoever
Klopp.
picked out that isn't a nice person. Took time to find to
What?
say. But go ahead, Roger, so that I can catch up with so
No,
we can
but
call it a
Bobby
day. We've been
is
streaming for 4 hours plus
sure.
right now.
I'm sorry, but Bobby is 101% correct. German coaches, you look at them, same. They're just so efficient. They're just so very German, and I say that in the highest compliment.
Mhm.
I just don't know enough about Hansi Flick, but after looking at Klopp, after looking at Tuchel,
Yeah.
who I respect and admire both of them immensely, if he is cut from the same cloth, then das ist gut, ja, das ist wunderbar.
I had my doubts about Tuchel, to be honest, until he came to Chelsea, and I was like, "Oh my god!"
You know, I would take him back in a heartbeat. I love Tuchel.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I'm still not over that.
All right. Again, that one is I get the consign of my my brothers here on the panel. If again, as Bobby's saying, we have to move and do whatever we can before those guys they start using their money. Yeah, we're in trouble really from Roger's perspective. But I'm not too concerned. We have to do some. We have the opportunity to do something to again get top four and do whatever we can to stay there. Because if
Top
we
four's
miss
out of
out,
the question, coach.
sorry.
Mathematically, I concede, but
Yeah.
but based on the trajectory, based on from game one to now, I do not see us making top four. I'm just being
But here's the
realistic.
thing, Roger. Let's fight at the end of the season. Let it be
Sure,
we
sure.
tried, but
No,
barely missed out of it. The next season you can say we'll fight harder and then get in. Because if we're far off from top four, like 6th or 7th to 10th, then that's where there's trouble next season. That's how I see
No,
it.
I completely agree. I'll be very surprised if we make top four. That's all I'm saying. I'll be astonished, actually.
Yeah, I know. You've always argued that. And I know you'd like this one, the highlighted comment on the screen.
That's funny.
Yeah, he says Porter and Neymar will be a sitcom. This one right here is the Zerbi wants a Brighton to finish above Liverpool and Chelsea. That's what you call a strong mentality. Strong mentality manager. Not this again. That's life nonsense. Okay, that's how you see it. I stay in the Premiership at first before talking about Neymar. Okay, that's a strong argument. Again, you don't know much about football if you think a Neymar would be a great fit again with his team, locker room, and coach. Okay, with this team, locker room, and coach. Again, Mason Mount is taking a stand against these matches against proper Chelsea. Really, what did he do? I want to know. Courtney says again, Potter can now handle these big personalities. Money don't win in the league. Just look at City and PSG. We cannot win the Champions League. Bobby has again a patent again for blind faith. What is Flick's record again? Not getting his team to perform at the World Cup. Again, coach, again, when are we getting the next win if we cannot beat Southampton? Talking about top four, I don't know anymore. I used to argue if it's a team like Tottenham, then we're surely going to beat them because everybody thinks we're going to lose to them. But right now, I can't argue that. I just want to see the win happen before I start arguing anything, if that makes sense. Fun fact, again, after 23 games, Chelsea have scored 23 goals, considered 23 3 goals, and 23 points behind Arsenal. Perfection. Okay, that's by the way. Bobby, your final thoughts, and I'll get Roger to give his final thoughts on today's show, so we can call it a day. We've been streaming for 4 hours plus. Wow.
Yeah, I know it's nice, and we like to tell ourselves that money doesn't do anything, and it doesn't do that, and it doesn't do this, and yada yada yada. Let me tell you, money does a lot. Without money, PSG wouldn't be the club they are today. I remember playing them back in the day in the Champions League, and we were turning them over for fun. Today, you play them and you have some concerns, and you have to bring your A game. That's what money does. A team like Man United, with the fabulous wealth of the Qataris, will become another sort of Real Madrid. They will try to emulate them. You can imagine them winning back-to-back Champions Leagues because money will be of no object, and that's where they want to be. The only thing that makes me laugh is the hypocrisy of the English media and indeed the Man United fans that indeed were the people saying, oh, money can't buy you this, can't buy you that. They've always bought success. Right from the beginning of time, Man United have bought success. The best teams are always the richest teams. That's life. That's reality. So we better get wealth where we can. Hope that our owners can do
But quickly,
deals
Bobby,
to bring
where
money
does the FFP come in?
with them. It's because United, they have the stadium capacity, they have the shirt sales, they already have this is a club that already their beef with the Glazers was that the Glazers was using the money generated from the club for themselves rather than reinvesting it in players. And at one point,
And loans.
And loans, yeah. And at one point, they divvied up the money and used some of it for players, for themselves, and some for loans. And you can see how much surplus there is for them to be able to play like that. And it still wasn't enough for the United fans. They wanted them to sink their own money in. Now, if United get ownership that not only has no loans, but uses all they'll do is use the capacity for profit from the club and spend big money. And if they win things, the more they win, the more they're able to spend.
You see,
it'll
can
be
I
a
just
monster.
interject quickly, Bobby? This FFP is what you would call a soft cap because it doesn't say that every club has a maximum capacity to spend, let's say, 50 million a year. No, it doesn't. It means that depending on your incomings, your ability to raise funds, whether it be commercially or ticket sales, shirt sales, whatever.
Yeah.
Therefore, if you actually if your income is huge and your outgoings is huge, but it's less than a certain percentage, then you can outspend any other team in the world. That's all it means. It's what they call a soft cap. It's not a hard cap, which is what the NFL has.
Yeah, and Man United, I can't stand Man United. To me,
Ditto.
Chelsea is the greatest
Here.
club in the world. But in reality, they are a huge club and they can afford far more than most clubs on their own, not to mention with rich owners. So it's a giant. Is it an insurmountable giant? Of course not. If we now start to put our team together and start winning now, before it becomes so competitive that it's so difficult, then we're in the running. And that's why we can't waste too much time with our managers. We have to see signs that he can take us forward.
All right. Why do we have two Bobbies here?
Hang on, one's going to go because the battery's going. I have to change device.
Roger, anything else you want to add so we can call it a day?
No, as usually, Bobby eloquently summarizes everything and with logic and insightfulness. So I pretty much concur with everything Bobby said. These are interesting days ahead, and I'm dying to see whether our owners actually do stick to a long-term project, or do they pull the plug on him in the next upcoming weeks.
It all comes down to the performance, and no matter how we see it, I think they're still paying attention to results.
Yes,
they can't keep him if we keep losing every game and not again. But if it's a bit, if they
Well,
see
actually,
any,
they can, because if we're losing 1-0 or 2-1, or we're losing barely,
no, you should have let me drop. Like I said, I
apologise,
usually say it
apologise.
depends on how bad the results are. It has to
Yes.
take some awful bad results before they decide they're going to pull the plug. If they pull the plug before the end of the season, even if every now and then we win good games, they see progress. Like you see them enjoying the play in the stadium when camera pans to them. I don't think it's going anywhere.
Yeah,
But
I agree.
let's see
totally
what happens.
agree, Coach.
Bobby, anything else? Again, let's call it a day. Really, it's been 4 hours plus. I'm gonna
A
go
pleasure,
again.
Coach. Thank you.
Yeah,
Yeah, I agree. You know, the ceiling isn't too high for him. He just
No,
has
it's
to
not.
start winning. You know,
Yeah.
winning and show signs that he can do better with time.
yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Again, thank you so much, guys. I want to say
Thanks,
thank you to Bobby, everyone else that was on the panel. We had around 7 people on the panel. IBZ was on fire today. Helgi was on fire. Deferring opinions again, but again, that's why the show is enjoyable. And thank you to Roger Pop. Again, you can see his Twitter handle. Please go give him a follow. And apologies that I haven't made time to start adding their credentials every time a show ends. I think it's on me, but I'll start doing that as soon as possible. Roger Pop, that's his Twitter handle. Go give him a follow. And again, Bobby Smoky Signals. If you search that, you'll find him. I think he's still using the same avatar. And also follow, of course, follow the channel. Again, the community's own Twitter handle. So much love to Bobby Fairview. Much love to the Blue Tiff again. Big up, bro. Enough love. But I disagree with you. We're not going to go get relegated. We're not going to be playing. What's his name? Was the Hull City? Except if they get promoted.
That was funny.
John Webb, Constantine Dante, Chelsea all the way. Courtney, much love. Francis Winters, much love. I haven't seen you in a while. I hope you're doing well. And Cobra the Snake, nice to see you, Cobra. Again, I thank you. Joseph Agbo, everyone else, and my brother, again, Liam Lane. Probably, if you're watching, if you're not watching, just remember I haven't forgotten, and I still keep praying for you. Get well soon, brother. More importantly, anyone else here, again, Glenn, much love to you, Glenn, and Thomas Bay, much love to you, Glenn, and much love to you. Chama was here, and Kim So, big up, my bro. Again, much love to you. And the Bluetooth again, once more, much love to you. See you guys next time. God bless us all, and bye.
Bye-bye.